2 days down and one more day to go before we get our top 10 teams to make it to the very first PMPL Africa 2022. My name is Max, man. Going to be joined with DK to bring you the action of our third day of play. And after today, man, things are going to get even more spicy for the African region. DK, how are you feeling before going in the games today?
Honestly, I am quite excited to see what today will have in store. I mean, this is going to be the final day of play, the final chance, the final opportunity for teams to bring in some absolutely banger matches. And I got to say, I'm looking forward to seeing what the battlefield will hold for us. And yourself?
Hey, I'm super hyped. I'm over the moon right now, okay? We kept talking about this point, getting to the point where teams are going to make it into PMPL Africa for the very first time, and we are just about to breach that point right here, right now. As you know, we already had 10 teams that made it in PMPL Africa through different means, and now we're going to have 10 more teams join those guys in the arena for PMPL Africa. It's going to start not too long, actually, after this qualifier is over, so you definitely want to stick around for when that is actually going to happen. But DK, there's so many things to break down and analyze before going into the games today. We're going to have a nice little pre-show segment here to break down what happened on some of the teams. Personal highlight that I think some people might have when looking back on the last 2 days of play, especially yesterday. Seems outplayed, back-to-back chicken dinner. Impulse absolutely popping the hell off on the Impulse, as you also mentioned during the cast yesterday. Absolute insanity from these guys. They needed to make a comeback happen. They made it happen here. We'll see in the overall rankings exactly where they stand, but seems outplayed was the big highlight of the day for me yesterday.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that. There was a really strong performance coming in there from them. But of course, then we have our beasts, our monsters making their way on through. Also, just not even lurking in the shadows, just lurking out on the battlefield. And that is going to be the players coming in from the side of Team Umbra there, who came in with a 30 bomber in our last match. And I mean, this is absolutely crazy to see teams stepping up, performing like this. But in general, we've seen all the teams actually bringing in those contributions. I mean, we were having a look at a few stats a little bit earlier on, and there's definitely some really interesting figures that we've identified there, and I'm hopeful that today we'll see even more changes come through with regards to those stats.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the stats alone, we checked out some of the stats, and especially if you look at one team in particular, of course, it's going to be our top team, Team Umbra. I mean, we've got to talk about these guys. Obviously, because they're the top team, they're going to have the most impressive stats. But out of all the top 10 fraggers, 4 of the top fraggers are actually, Team Umbra players. Just saying, okay, that is how dominant their performance has been so far in this tournament. So we'll see if they can try and hold it close as we will get into the games today. Though, of course, if you did not watch the 2 first days of plays and you're just coming to know which are the top 10 teams to make it, that's fine. We welcome you with loving open arms, as we are going to try and highlight you exactly how the format of this qualifier actually works out. And of course, starting with that, you're going to be able to see that overall we can have 24 teams that have been playing for the past 2 days, and we'll also be playing today, divided in 3 different groups to make it. And really, 10 teams out of 24, that is not a big ratio. It's not as easy as people might think, but there's still hope for teams at the bottom to climb back up and push their way through in PMPL Africa.
Yeah, and as we know, this is the final day, the final 5 matches to see who will be our 10 teams to make that step up and move through into the PMPL Africa. This is going to be quite exciting because we've said this a few times. This is our first PMPL for the Africa region. So already the teams coming through in the qualifying stages, bringing in quite dynamic gameplay. So I'm quite hopeful, and I'm pretty convinced that once we move into PMPL Africa itself, it is going to be very, very competitive for these teams. And I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to be fighting with everything they've got.
Yeah, I mean, just to once again recap what's happening for PMPL Africa itself, just some of the big names are going to be seen in that tournament. In case you're like, why is Slime 4KT not in this tournament? Where are they? Did they disband? No, they still exist. They're still as good, okay? But they already made it directly into PMPL Africa. So you got teams such as Yonku, Slime 4KT, G3 Temper, Intruder Africa. So some of these big names that if you have watched PMCO Africa in the 2021 season, you would definitely recognize as these big defender level teams in the overall region of Africa. So big names, intrigued to see how the level of competition is going to fare with some of the teams coming in from the qualifier. I mean, Team Umbra are looking right now like the team the most ready for that type of level of competition, already also having some PMPL experience back in the Western European region. We'll see how that is going to pan out. Though, as you know, if you want to climb up, if you want to qualify, DK, you need points. And how do you get points is with this point format here. 1 chicken dinner equals 15 points, and it trickles down right from 13th and below where you get the big fat bubble. Big L, also called.
Yes, yes. I mean, that bubble, it does also pop at some point. And speaking about popping off, they do get that 1 point per elimination being brought in. And we've seen teams really do quite a bit with that. I mean, 1 point doesn't seem like much, but that is come to be quite the determining factor in several teams' positioning on the overall leaderboard. So, that there's quite a lot of power within that one elimination, 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you're looking at the rankings, you can see that Team Umbra, 60 of their 117 points come in from placements, and that means still it's a really significant margin. 57 come from the elimination, so about a 50-50 split, which is what you look into most of the time in these competitions. You want to have about a 50-50 split of placement points and elimination points, and actually, you were saying earlier, right, DK? We looked a lot about stats about some of these teams. You got some teams that have some really, really big disparities in placement points and elimination points. If they can fix that going into today, that could be the reason why they qualify into the top 10. So a lot of teams need to make big changes and adaptations to make sure they can make it for PMPL Africa.
Yeah, and to try and kind of accomplish that is going to take a crazy amount of focus. It's not impossible, but that is going to be their main focus, and they're going to have to try and kind of fix those imbalances, because the teams we see sitting further up that leaderboard, things are far more balanced for them. There's, if we look at the distribution with regards to the elimination points and those placement points, there's a good correlation. As we look a little bit further down, things are looking a little bit tough. But of course, that's just the way it works.
Yeah, dire times on the rise for some of these teams, though we're going to be looking at the groups once again in case you were not too familiar with the groups and how things work out. Though, unlike what we had for the last 2 days, where day one for the first game it was Group A and B, then it was Group A and C, this time it's going to be Group B and C. So Umbra, they are not going to be playing in game number one, so teams can go in, no questions asked, no stress, hopefully, for some of these guys, though it does give an opportunity for some teams do we still need to see rise up to the occasion, right, DK? And then some teams that I'm looking at, I want to see more of. I'm looking at virtual gaming. I want to see potentially a little bit more consistency from these guys that have a tendency to be up and down, and even Race Clan, another team that I want to see get some good results eventually. So big hopes for these guys. Even Exodus, actually, I just thought about Exodus. They currently, I believe, on the third page of the overall rankings, which is once again worst page, and they still have a chicken dinner. Like, that really highlights a huge inconsistency from these guys. I want to see them avoid bridges like the plague. That's the point today.
Yeah, we did see a really tough day for them, of course, yesterday. Looking at the structure that we shall not name too much of, being the bridge. But definitely talking about those imbalances for the teams, having to bring in a few of those improvements. Definitely, I'm going to be expecting a team, for instance, like Recalcitrant, to bring in a little bit more of a focus with regards to the positioning. We know that they are quite capable of bringing in those elims. They have got double the amount of elims as they have placement points. So definitely like to see a nice bit of balance being brought into that for them. But then again, also, as we look a little bit further on, then we also have teams like Aphelion Apex and 21st Century. Now, both these teams are sitting in opposite positions of each other. I mean, Aphelion Apex, they have no problem really securing those placement points, but they do struggle a little bit with regards to eliminations. And then, of course, if we look at 21st Century, it's the opposite way around. 21st Century, really good with getting those elims, but of course, when it comes to making it up into those late phases, that's where the work needs to be put in to try and secure that. And hopefully, we'll see that come through in today's matches. That we have that improvement coming in from Aphelion Apex as well as 21st Century, Recalcitrant, and either or any of the other teams. I mean, because there's still a lot of improvement that can be brought in. And today is going to be the day to kind of show what they've been able to change coming in from the first day up to the final day.
I mean, you're talking about a lot of the bottom teams. We're going to see exactly what they must try and aim towards, and aiming towards the top teams, unless it's Team Umbra, which is probably impossible to almost catch up to, unless you have one of the best days that's ever been seen in this PMPL Africa Qualifier, then it's pretty much done and dusted. Otherwise, Super Young Stars, one of the teams that could potentially be taken down. Literally anyone from Super Young Stars down to teams Outplayed are not safe. They have not created enough of a point gap for them to be safe. But then a position where I would say, DK, and I would love to know if you agree, where if they have just an average / decent day, they'll make it in the top 10 because they already have a small enough point gap that's been created to their advantage. But the lower you go in that top 10, the more it's going to be hard for you to remain in that position. So I'm looking at teams Outplayed. Sure, big comeback with a back-to-back chicken dinner. But if they go back to their old ways of day one, then they could fall out of top 10 very, very easily. So we need to see that consistency being built up for some of these teams to make sure they do not falter at the finish line and fall out of relevancy.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Consistency is going to be absolute key here today. I mean, I know I normally say that consistency is key, but it couldn't be more true than today, right? Today it is where they have to just keep that momentum going if they are wanting to be one of the 10 teams to move through to that next phase. And of course, right here on your favorite page, we do again see a really good balance with regards to those points, but there we can clearly see now the players from Recalcitrant Team sitting, with 30 elims to the 16 placement. Now, if they are able to fix just the placement points portion of that, I mean, that is the elimination performance they've been showing so far. It puts them on par with teams sitting up in the top 5. So there's a lot of potential lying in here. And I mean, I'm hoping that the teams are in a position where they can actually identify that. Even next level, if we look at them, it's kind of the opposite thing, Good placement points, elims needs a little bit of work. Zero tolerance, same kind of situation. Now, if that gets balanced out today, we could see quite a change up coming in on that first page, particularly.
Yeah, I think that every single page that we see on the second page has shown some really good moments of greatness. Masters, just make sure you don't try and roam into Yasnaya Polyana. That's the only thing I really ask for. Though, onto the third page, see how things are going to work out. As we already mentioned, right, Exodus in 17th was 1 chicken dinner. They had 22 placement points, so they're only able to get an extra 7 placement points out of all the other 5 matches. Fair to say, DK, that is a very, very disappointing stat, seeing how at the start of the tournament, I was like, oh, okay, we've seen some good things from this team. Maybe they can push the entire way. Well, up and down tendencies is what we've been able to analyze for Exodus, so not really too big of a fan. And out of the playoffs, we saw Raze Clan actually finish first place out of that one, and they just fell off really, really hard, and I'm genuinely surprised. I do not know what's been going wrong for this team, so I really hope they can fix things on the go. And same for Aphelion Apex, which really going into this tournament, I was looking at some of my favorite teams and Aphelion Apex. I was like, you know what? I think it's fair to say they're going to get in top 10, but man, they are nowhere near right now. They're going to have to need one absolutely insanely good day if they want to make it back up there, because right now, and we said it, if you are not in a good position at the end of these 2 first days of play and you're going into day 3 trying to make it up in top 10, you're going to have one of the toughest, hardest days to execute in PUBG Mobile Esports. So, I mean, it's not impossible, but all I'm going to say is good luck, because I would not want to be in your situation.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you on that. I mean, it's never impossible. It's just not something that we've seen happen too often, right? Because we know the team sitting higher up on that leaderboard, they know what's at stake, and they also want to lock in and secure those positions. So everyone is going to be bringing it, particularly on this last day. But I mean, if I have to say something, I'll definitely say that if I was Aphelion Apex, I would be very careful with the rotations in the early stages of the game, right? Make sure that if you're heading to a position, that you know what you could potentially be getting on the opposite end, and kind of try and accommodate for that, because Miramar was a little bit tough for them. They had a bit of a really tough start coming into that.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at the games we had yesterday on that Miramar game. I still cannot explain, DK, why they went for that push onto DROGONS. So things like that in particular, I'm looking at like that should never happen. Even though it's a qualifier, now maybe teams are trying things out. That should just not be happening at this stage. Though we're going to be looking at our schedule for the day and for the final day here of the PMPL Africa qualifiers. And as always, going to be Erangel into Sanhok, into Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel to close off this event. And to know after that which will be our top 10 teams to make it in the actual PMPL itself. So yeah, Sanhok and Miramar groups are going to be changing once again, DK. That means we're going to have some different matchups happening. So we'll see how that's going to change, because I have the impression, and I would love to know if you agree, that every single Sanhok and Miramar game, which is so far 2 of each that we had in day 1 and day 2, has been pretty damn different because of these groups being such a large sample size of 8 teams compared to other tournaments where it would be normally 3 or 4 teams. It is making it a little bit trickier to actually pinpoint what's going to happen every single time, because the drops change so much, the rotations change so drastically. So really, this is the map where even if you do VOD review, you might be like, well, we still don't really know what's going to happen. So it is a tough nut to crack going into these, and it can be the hardest map to really try and remain consistent in this qualifier.
Yeah, it's very similar to trying to play darts blindfolded. I mean, sometimes you hit the bullseye, otherwise, sometimes you might, hit the cup of
Hit the
tea
wall.
position off to the side, or even
Oh,
that,
okay.
maybe even the wall behind you. Like it all depends on, what's happening. But yes, it does make it quite difficult for teams to come up with a solid strategy. I do think it's sometimes a little bit more of a kind of generalized approach, saying like, if this happens, then we know what to do. If that happens, we know
Yeah.
what to do. And you know, yeah, it's going to make for an interesting play. So hopefully we'll see some improvements coming in even on yesterday Sanhok, because I know yesterday Sanhok was already far and above of what we had in that the first run. But of course, all we can do is hope for even better and a few more interesting zones to make their way on through.
Yeah, I mean, if I want to bring up another team, I feel bad for bringing them up so often in a negative aspect, but Aphelion Apex, you don't want to heal off that early. I'm sorry, guys. At least try and get into the circle. And if... Okay, so I'm going to go on a tangent here because this is something that triggers me a lot. I've been casting so many games of Sanhok on PUBG Mobile Esport, and I can tell you I see this happen every single time. A lot of teams try and make it the heal-off strat, which is a viable strat. I don't have an issue with it, but is their plan A? I do not believe
Mm.
that in any circumstance a heal-off strat should be a plan A. It should be a plan B, potentially even C. If you try and rotate into the circle, you have a really hard circle shift, you're getting gate kept, and you do not think you're going to be able to win that fight, then you initiate the heal-off strat.
Mm.
Not before that, because otherwise you have a chance to get maybe a few eliminations, get some good fights, and get even further into the game. But right off the bat, you're throwing the chance of getting a chicken dinner. It's very unfortunate. So it's plan B or plan C, never plan A. I want to see teams delay the heal-off strat and commit to it when there's literally no other option available for them.
Yeah, because it's interesting. Once we saw that heal strat really becoming kind of part of the meta, particularly on Sanhok, right? A lot of teams, as you've said, now in general, look to make that kind of a plan A strategy. And I mean, even though it is a good strategy and we've seen teams have really great success by utilizing that, I have to agree with you. Definitely do not make that your first plan. Keep it like plan B, plan C, even if you have to go all the way to plan G. I mean, whichever way, just put it up in there. Just stow it away. Don't put it up front. And I mean, Sanhok is a map that I remember from when I started was super aggressive right out of the gate. It's definitely a map that you didn't want to get caught out on. And it's changed, but of course all things change.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Things are going to change because we're not going to Sanhok. No. Even though we're hyping up Sanhok quite a bit, it's going to be our second match of the day. Right now, we are going back to the grassy pastures of Erangel's, lady and gentlemen. So let's get nice and seated. Get yourself a drink, get yourself a bowl of popcorn, because these games are going to be absolute insanity. I can tell you that much. There's going to be having these groups actually fighting out to make it into our top 10. And here we go. Let's not forget which groups are going to be participating into this game. For the first game of the day, it's going to be Group B, Group C. That means, once again, no Team Umbra part of this one. So, no fear. Just fight. It should be good, guys. No one's going to be stealing your juicy points away.
I like the way that you say that. No fear, just fight. I might steal it.
It was an old
That was
sentence
just a
from
heads
like the
up.
first game I've ever casted, and it was a pro that said it, and he was like known as the most aggressive player ever, and I just yoinked it, and I'm just bringing it. It's like a tradition for me. Once a year, I bring it back.
There we go. If not, why not? And of course, speaking about bringing it back, the flight path has brought itself back over on towards the western side. So definitely not the most comfortable flight path to start off the day, but it's going to be interesting whichever way it goes. Though, I mean, I'm curious to see what we're going to be having with that first initial zone. Is it going to take that open slot over on towards the eastern side, or could we see a few spanners being thrown in the workshed? Because yesterday when I said that, it went down to that southwestern side. And well, this time a little bit further north, just straight over towards the western edge. So a nice complementary zone coming in alongside that flight path.
Yeah, pretty nice one. It's going to be very complimentary, as you did mention. I'm looking at Quarry/Primorsk area. There are going to be two teams currently on top of one another. So VGS versus Exodus. We'll see. Exodus, though, no bridges to cross this game. That's an improvement. That means they're going to get a chicken dinner. I call it. It's going to happen. Okay, maybe not. We'll see how things are going to pan out. But at least no bridges. That's a big W to start off the game. They are going to be real chappy about that one. As RTG, a team that I do not really know what to say about RTG, because currently they stand in 16th position. They had some really original macro decisions, which I do really enjoy from these guys. But when it comes to fighting, I really have the impression they fall off really easily. And look at that. They just get spotted out by Masters. Another team that needs to have a good day if they want to hope to make it back up in the top 10, currently in 14th position. Every elimination will count hard for them. And yeah, RTG caught their pants down once again, I have the impression, in these big splits where they drop, and it's just hurting them more than it actually helps them out.
Yeah, that was a little bit painful to watch, but you know, Ban coming through with a pan to finish it off to pick up that first elim. I mean, it's a nice little bit of a rhyme, but it's unfortunate, right? We want to see both masters and of course the players there from RTG continue to make it up into those later phases, because as you've said, rightly so, they've shown some really interesting macro rotations, and you know, now they just got to try and piece it all together. But even the players here coming in from the side of Team Lag, they've shown a lot more consistency with regards to placement points and their elims. But now they got to look to dial that up ever so slightly. And of course, we did see an absolutely fantastic performance coming in from the players here of MZR in our last match just 2 days ago over on Erangel, bringing in an absolutely fantastic performance. But now the pressure's going to be on for today. Everyone across the board will have to step it up, unless, of course, you're those monsters, those green monsters, you know, Team Umbra, who can actually afford to not give it as much today.
Hopefully, yeah, we'll see if how that is going to go. I am a little bit salty right now, DK, I got to tell you, because I saw someone with the Megumi Fujiguro, no, I can't even say it, Fushiguro skin, which is the one of the Jujutsu Kaisen collab, and I want it so bad, and I cannot get it. And it, that's the only negative aspect of me casting these games, because everyone has the skins that I want, and I'm just like, hey, cool for you. And actually, it's like that meme of like the happy mask, and behind the mask he's crying. Like, that's me when I'm casting and I see the cool skins, but so it feels
but we
bad,
should actually make a list. We should actually make a list for you, and saying, you know, like it's a wish list, and Max wish he had the skin, he wish he had that one. Will he ever get them? Probably no, but you know, it's worth a wish. So maybe Santa will come visit one day and go like, abracadabra Maximus, boom, and then, you know, there you go.
Wow, that would be very nice. I would like that. Can we do that?
Yeah, I don't think Santa has a wand though, but you know, you never know. Maybe one of the reindeer antlers or something.
Maybe. I believe in Magic, and I believe also in Team Magic, which is a team that I think you mentioned at the start of the day would be good to see have a little bit of a comeback here. They're not playing in its first game, if I'm not mistaken, though. It would be good to see a little bit of a comeback from these guys in particular. Seems outplayed. As you said, poor day one, great day two. I want to see a day two equivalent day, because that was absolute sheer dominance. With the reaction time of our boy Impulse versus, what was it, Vortex, I think, at the very end of that game on their second chicken dinner. The Spidey sense, they were tingling big time. I was genuinely impressed with how the hell he spotted that player out, but great stuff from teams Outplayed. I want to see them qualify. I think that at their peak, this is a team that can play versus some of the best teams that have already directly made it into PMPL Africa for the 2022 spring season. So, no. Teams Outplayed, please keep playing like you did yesterday, because that was top-tier gameplay. You want to see more of that.
Yeah, that was so satisfying to watch them just, you know, just go to town on the lobby. And you know, it seems like today they're starting it off a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. Of course, dropping all the way over in towards school. So from what we could see on the map, they are completely uncontested there, so they can go about their business, get their loot going. But that's kind of the trend we see through the majority of this map. Looking at it now, there's the teams all kind of respecting the space. No one is venturing up too aggressively just yet. But I do think as we get into that late second phase, potentially moving up into the third phase, that's where the strategies the teams have kind of come up with, you know, could then be applied and really put to the test.
Yeah, there, some teams that are going for some interesting rotations. I'm happy to see AKM actually good for Everest pretty early. Everest, despite not being central, is like north center, which is a pretty good position if you want to be able to scout Gatka field itself and Gatka itself, actually, if you want. So AKM, I do enjoy that rotation. I think it can be a pretty insightful one if the next circle is one that actually they can make full usage. If it goes south towards Gatka fields, then they could make full use of that information and get one of some of the best rotates in this game. So big setup for AKM. We'll see if that's going to work out, though. Be careful, breaches could be happening. Everest could be heavily contested on this type of phase 1 circle. But other than that, this is a pretty typical start of the game. We've seen these start of games DKs so many times by now. Teams know where the teams drop. They know how they rotate. Sure, you might get a few eliminations here or there, but other than that, you're not going to have a full team squad wipeout happen unless a really weird occurrence happens, which doesn't seem like that's the case right now. Though I do want to update the viewers real quick also. If some people are just joining the stream, this is the first day watching, and they're like, wow, wait, wow, there are only 15 teams in this lobby right now, while only 2 players really got eliminated. The reason for that is because we do have one team that was Rila Insider that got disqualified of the tournament after not being able to follow the rulebook. So there you go. No drama onto that one, but just want to keep you guys updated so you are aware of what is currently happening.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Of course, now right back onto Everest. But I got to ask you a question, though, Max, right?
Yes.
Where would you like this next phase to go? Right? Me
You're asking
personally.
me?
Yeah. I'll start it off, right? I wanna see a little bit of chopsticks, right? I'm feeling a bit of that. I'm feeling a bit of that chopstick action. That's what I want to see for this first match.
Ooh. Okay. I would like to have a Pachinki Hill / North Longwood position, like around all that area there. So basically, Pachinki Hill / West Pachinki Hill is a position I think that some teams play pretty well in this lobby. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. But we'll see. I mean, we're going to have the answer to that one. But of course, if I make a circle prediction, 99% of the time, it is not going to become a reality, which is very unfortunate. So your prediction of a chopsticks is pretty much going to become true here.
Well, we'll see. I mean, well, it's kind of in play. Both positions kind of in play. Not 100%, but we'll see where. We'll see where it goes to next. And of course, the players there from Team Rage finding themselves positioned just there on the northern side of Chopsticks. Of course, looking to be pushing up a little bit more into center zone. But I mean, we even have the players there from Virtual Gaming also starting to make that move up the side, coming in alongside Exodus. As we can see, Joker now quickly just hopping in that vehicle. Not quite sure if he's Spidey senses. If he's Spidey senses, here we go. Yeah, I said Spidey tenses. I'm not quite sure what that is, but it's something.
Past tense. He's doing vocab. Oh, yeah. English course, let's go. But, we'll see.
Yes, please.
I would have loved to have, the Spider-Man collab actually in the competitive scene, like, and not for real, but I would have loved to have some show matches happen with that on, and just see what kind of plays could have been done with that, with the webs. Come on. Don't lie to me, DK. You would have thought that would have been sick to you, right? Come on.
Oh, that would have been fire. That would have been next level fire coming through right there. But of course, unfortunately, we don't have that. We only have the players climbing stairs and buildings and roofs. The good old-fashioned way. Yeah, without ladders, obviously. Just hop on the door and up you go. But yeah, now what it's going to come down to is other teams are going to be looking to play these positions. Are they going to try to catch someone in their web of trickery?
Going back to Spider-Man, I see. But yeah, maybe. We'll see if the web of trickery, the infamous web of trickery, is going to be working out on some of the teams. Southeast, though, a few teams are going to for their rotation. Your Killer is going to be there with Lag and also Next Level. Next Level, which did go for the wide bridge rotate instead of leaving Sanhok Island from the west. They're going to leave it from the more eastern bridge, which I think is a good plan because as a fact that Team Unique, even on the stream right now, usually gatekeep this area. So very, very smart play to avoid that whole situation of her going in the first place. Love to see it from Next Level. Hopefully no casualties will be taken while rotating. But yeah, so far teams have outsmarted bridges, while Exodus have completely avoided bridges, which is a very clear improvement. The circle about 50% closed up on the second phase. Longwood is going to be unfolding a few shots here and there, making sure that teams are relatively respectful from one another's positions, but no one is quite ready to stop because they know as a fact that this circle is not going to go south. They need to try and center up ASAP.
Yeah, and we do actually see a really interesting position coming in from a lot of the teams here. We've got a nice big concentration of teams coming in from that southern side, but as we look over towards the north as well, we do see several of them still trying to find their way in. I mean, we do see Low here trying to put that health bar pretty down low. Elwani, of course, I think you should maybe move to the Magicians because that was magic.
My man. Oh, man. Render distance, a thing of beauty. We'll see. Next level though, yeah, I'm very unsure. If they really want to get that kill onto Awani, they can get it without too much effort. But the one thing that I would be scared of if I'm lag is looking at the hilltop right behind him. If the rest of next level, which did go in that overall vicinity, are in that position, it's almost impossible to push it. So lag, it's not worth it. Just for one elimination, I would take this one slow. Rotation is going to be coming on through. Chopsticks will not be in play anymore. So we were both wrong, DK, on that one. But it's going to be right up northwest of the quarry position. A lot of uphill and downhill positions. The one building I would recommend every single team to potentially check out and move into if they have the chance of doing so is that little compound right up north of the road that's like surrounded by roads to the west, the south, and also the east. That compound is one of my favorites in the entirety of Erangel. It is so easy to defend. It's so easy to scout from. Whichever team gets there has a very easy chance to make in, like, I would say even minimum top 5.
Yeah, and I mean, it does seem like a lot of these teams all have a very similar idea as the players here from Virtual Gaming now start extending down upon your killer is. Sid now getting caught with a nade in his hand as the rush comes through. The heads continue to fly on in. I mean, a really good approach coming in from Virtual Gaming here. They look really eager to pick up these elims, and with that, their first player gets down, but Sid also not looking to great there for your killer is. Look at this Anonymous now trying to come in to the rescue. But this is going to be a really tough angle to get a good position on.
Good from one shot, able to at least one knock onto Kid. No, it's not Kid, sorry, onto AK, 1%. Sid, which I was mixing both names apparently. It's going to be there. Nox still trying to maybe got a little bit of information over to Anonymous. Not anymore. Oh, that nade is good. Anonymous down to split up HP. 1 bullet's needed. And one shot just basically picks up a almost unofficial 1v3. A 3K just came in. Wait, there's absolute insanity. No grind. Taking their very own fight versus SYR. 2 more players remaining. Shallow a little bit too far away in a distance. Grind Gaming already looking good in the rankings. But already losing 2 big plays, Entity and Pyro. So then Mercury going to count their winnings, which are so far 0, and make their way back into the compound down below.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate position coming in for the players here from Grind. But I mean, even SYR, the super young stars, finding themselves in a really difficult position. But look at this though, seems outplayed. Just positioned up on the high ground, having good line of sight down into the marshes here. They can just go to town on anyone they see moving. But this northern position is looking quite interesting though, because we've got Zero Tolerance, we got the players from RTG, we've got the players from Exodus just a little bit further off over towards that western side. So again, north being quite congested, so many teams trying to vie for a decent position. But I guess it's going to come down to a first come, first serve, you know, potential dominance play in this region.
That's going to be the game plan for them, though we do see next level to go for the compound I mentioned, which makes me happy chappy. We'll see if they can make full usage of that spot. Otherwise, Southern team's going a little bit slow. We're going to be seeing MZR. We're going to see Team Unique just vying for information, for now at least, until the next circle pops, and then maybe making a decision based on that intel. Big split from Zero Tolerance Skills. It's an okay one right now, but you're going to have to regroup pretty soon, especially if the circle comes your way, and even more if it does not go your way, which apparently is the case. So regroup really, really fast. That would be appreciated, though all the northern teams, which is about 50% of the lobby right now, DK, going to have to move in. South is pretty clear, but the north, I think we're going to maybe have a few big fights arise in just a few seconds or minutes.
Yeah, that north is going to be an absolute battlefield, as we can see. So many teams now starting to mobilize, getting ready to push on forward. But I'm liking the position that we see Lag actually moving into, over on towards that western side. Could be riding the ridges just a little bit. We do have a few open compounds as well, a little bit further down towards the south. But also, Unique's position, just holding on to Quarry, not venturing away from that region just yet. They want to see if they can utilize that hard cover, that high angle, potentially trying to just reap as much benefit from that as they can. But now is going to be that pressure cooker play once again. RTG as well as Zero Tolerance now, both teams positioned up on the northern side of the zone here. We do see Skydo and the rest of the players from Zero Tolerance coming in with a very interesting spread, but Vortex, he's on a bit of an off angle there.
Yeah, but they're not in nade range, unfortunately, so a little bit hard to really put the pressure they would love, though. Hey, that's the way to put pressure. Lord going to go for the full-on offensive push, while AKM trying to rotate in the background. RTG trying to move away. Got to be careful. Luckily enough, they have 4 different casts, so they can't shoot at you mid-rotate. Zero Tolerance skills are now able to pick up a few eliminations. AKM, unfortunately, going in a position where there's very little info. Yaya is going to just push out that building entirely. Picks up 1. See if he can maybe go the full extent with it. Doesn't seem like that's going to unfortunately work out too good for them. They suffered quite a bit of damage. The team's getting ready to join up. Lord hopefully will get rezzed up by Skydo. And there, spotted away. RTG are out in 14th. 13 teams now remain, but this is the point of the game where we know, GK, teams are going to start fizzling away out of relevancy.
Yeah, definitely going to see quite a few teams now biting the dust. But here we go. AKM now looking to bring in a little bit of a muscle play up in the north. Just trying to utilize this valley they find themselves positioned in. But of course, also now we do see those rotations coming through from Seems, Outplayed, Alpha, and the rest of the team now looking to venture a little bit further around that northern side. Maybe looking to come in behind Zero Tolerance. It could be an interesting approach. Not quite sure whether or not that is going to be the most ideal because Zero Tolerance, they've got a fairly decent spread coming into this region. So they might be a team to try and deal with if the players there from Seems, Outplayed are looking to secure a decent position. But again, I'm liking this approach now coming in from Exodus as well. They just kind of staying on the edge of zone, you know, staying away from bridges, anything that could maybe compromise their performance in this match.
Yeah, unless you are where Next Level currently stand, this is an edge of circle game. You want to try and avoid it. There's a lot of just low ground positions where you would not have the advantage. There's a lot of just flat field terrain. You got also this position, the swamp, where currently Zero Tolerance skills are playing in. So you want to try and avoid that central position. A lot of teams are just deciding to vie for the northern edge, which I think is by far the best decision. I would do the exact same if I were in their situation. We'll see. AKM, oh, it is very unfortunate for AKM because right now all their cars are spotted away too. I think that most of their wheels were spotted away, so it's sad to say because it's just so early in this finish, but I do not see AKM unfortunately making it out alive, or at least as a three-man squad out of that position, because it is so tough to leave if teams know exactly where you are.
Yeah, particularly looking at that position, especially where the zone has shifted up into. I mean, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. They've got so many teams hard on their heels, and of course, Zero Tolerance not going to be letting them get out of this one all too easy. But here we see now Lord getting up in the vehicle, looking to mobilize himself, push a little bit further forward. This, again, for me, from Zero Tolerance, is a really good call. Again, not risking at all, just trying to play it, just kind of leapfrogging their way forward.
I mean, they have literally the fire lit under themselves with the pressure. They're in 10th place, so they need to get big eliminations, which is what I think is making them initiate these fights so aggressively. I'm loving it so far. There you go, engage solo from Skydo. And it's done. He had the backup nade of Lord on the side. That is the synergy you want to see from these guys. And that's it. 8 eliminations already, and there are still 12 teams alive out of 15. These guys are popping off already. They eliminated 2 out of the 3 teams already got taken out in the first 5 phases. That is huge from ZTS.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful play. And I mean, it is looking pretty golden for them. Now all they got to do is hold on. They just got to continue with the momentum they're starting to build up. Ghost, of course, getting spotted out in the open. But now as we jump over onto plays here from Lag, we do see Conqueror, or Unique rather, trying to hop on in, playing the bridge line, not finding a secure position. But look at the grenades getting sent over. Berserk getting knocked right on down. Fantasy, fortunately, there to provide a helping hand. But now, is this going to be the opportunity for Lag to push in and maybe close out Unique?
Maybe. That smoke is so good, though. Phantom, oh, you got to be careful. I saw that nade. Don't really know exactly where it's standing, but no, you got to be careful. Hide behind the smoke. You saw Lag earlier. Don't be too far. Take it slow, boys. Oh, Lag, I'll look maybe push them a little bit further, but 1-9 is really the big issue here, stopping them from really trying to go for that spread to gain the advantage upon Lag. The Team Unique are definitely encountering a very, very strong foe. So that rock can get there in time, that can be big. Another knock connects onto Phantom. Down to 3. At least Shields was able to make it to a little bit of a high ground position. He can contest now versus Lag. As a player gets knocked away, he was hit by, was that third party? Oh no, that's actually a huge molly from Chills. But Chills knocked away. They lose the advantage point. The res might just connect onto Berserk, and Unique are now down to 2. Can they take the 2v4 clutch away from Lag? Only time will tell, but this is going to be a rough way for them to start the day.
I mean, Lag just holding their own atop this hillside. I mean, Unique having a real big challenge trying to gain some decent ground. But again, now they got to be careful because Next Level also looking to potentially move on through. As we can see, they're now starting to venture up low. Quickly tapping away a few of those heads, but the zone now shifting up once again, centering right towards Zero Tolerance. So the rush is going to be real now, but Lag now needs to turn around and go the other way as zone has shifted behind them. So maybe they're going to be looking to set up a bit of a gatekeep here, trying to deal with the pressure coming through from the side they of Unique, but they have got so many different angles to worry about now.
Come on, Low. Even I know that those nades aren't going to work. You know what? He did do the jump throw, I believe, that one. That was a jump throw. Okay, that one could. The other one couldn't. So the smokes are there. The Blues are pushing against him in 15 seconds. Nice little knock. Nice little knock. That's going to be able to get himself a little... Oh, no, actually it was not. It was one in the kill feed. 1%. Nice try, though, onto the spray. Maybe it was getting himself scoop. Back on his 2 feet. But like I said, the Blue Zone 2-1. The Blue Zone's going to close in, and they're going to suffer that. Blue Zone tick damage is phase 6. Yeah, you should have known that's not going to work out. And Lowe's already spotted him out with that third-person perspective. Next level, trying to cross that road section since earlier. They made it happen. And now they're trying to push further and further into the circle up north. But there's no way you survive that one, unfortunately. Team Unique will be eliminated in 8th position. Only 7 teams now stand tall in this game. As Exodus, as you said earlier, DK, they were waiting for their time to strike, and now they're finally pushing in circle. They've got the high ground spot. They're going to have the big advantage on most teams in this lobby.
Ooh, and with that, of course, Ilias puts down the players from Virtual Gaming. Next level, though, in a really good position, and I was about to say that Lag are going to have a really tough time rotating back into the zone because they've been making so much noise in that engagement with Unique, making it pretty clear as to where they are positioned. And now Next Level just looking to capitalize on that as they now are sending out utility after utility. Alwani trying to relentlessly pick up one of those nades. But, I mean, if I was Next Level here, I would also maybe start focusing back into the zones. We can see how many teams and how many players are currently positioned within it.
Okay, I'm going to be a bit critical here, but Alwani, those nades were not the best, let's just say. I would like to see a little bit more positional attempts, or at least try and move away. We'll see, though, the smokes are coming out to try and facilitate the next rotation. That's good to see. Next level with 3 players already in circle. But Rays already have been fighting to make that road cross happen. They made it happen just a few seconds ago, which is huge. Now, barrage of nades are coming out with very, very little information, so they're just throwing them randomly, which I think they could try and hold on to them a little bit more before Rays actually give their position away. Now they're looking behind them as another team is pushing. That's going to be Exodus getting pushed up. They see the play of Masters. He's done and dusted. While Lag might just be the next team trying to push on their location. But very soon they're going to have to go downhill. Lag lose another one. Down to 1 player's low. Exodus don't really have the intention to push him just now.
Yeah, I mean, Exodus playing this one really well, I think, because they just are holding on to that high ground position. Even though the zone has now drifted up, they are still included within it, or at least they've got that anchor point kind of set up, as we can see. Yeah. Knees now just looking to just play this ridge, right? Because, of course, now the players there from Next Level, as well as the side of Rays, still having to try and kind of push up, but they are finding themselves having to share that eastern position. So it is going to be a really tricky rotation to try and pull on off. But Exodus, they just got to hold strong, just going to stay here, keep calm, keep the focus, and they could very well close up that chicken dinner alongside that.
Yeah, King Gaming, if I were him, I would just not even try and aim for the circle. Maybe push your team inside the circle if they can, which it seems like they're getting relatively close, but King Gaming, if you keep him there, that is going to be the reason why Exodus could not make it downhill. Without cars, that rotation is almost impossible if King Gaming defends that position properly. And that's why so much of the focus of Exodus is currently on King Gaming. They know that that is going to be their key to success. Eliminate that 1 player of Rays, and then you have the golden ticket through the circle. We'll see if they can make it work out for themselves. So, on the other side, Next Level, trying to also push their way in, but there's 2 teams to fight. If they fight one, the other one's going to third party. So Next Level, I would say currently, DK, in the worst position imaginable. Because no matter what you do, every single time a team's going to be able to take the fight against you, and that is going to be a real tough spot to go in.
Yeah, but even looking at this current position of Exodus, they need to be super aware of their surroundings, because not only do they have the team pushing up to the front, they also have one coming up from the rear, and that is going to be Next Level. Now, Next Level is not a team to take lightly. We have seen them bring in that winner chicken dinner, so we know that they do possess the potential to close it out. So this is going to be a pretty tough play, but yes, Exodus, they do have the controlling numbers, but now they just got to try and leverage that and keep it together as much as they can.
I didn't even think that the circle actually was going to end on the hilltop, so I guess I got that one wrong. So actually, Rays are the ones at a disadvantage, so Exodus still control this one. What to do is wait, but the thing is, now you're looking at Next Level and looking at these 2 teams. They can strike when the fight arises, which it does. One-on-one trade between Next Level and Exodus. Oh, they don't have all the information needed. Is that rock down below just a big threat to their current position? He's spotted away. A third party might be happening, and I think that's exactly what's going down with Raze getting involved. That's the next level. Emez trying to peek around the corner. Down to Kuma Emez. Himself the second knock in that engage. Down to one for Raze. Next level, we have another play on top of the side. You've got to be careful on the third party. And Somali makes it happen. Got to flush them both out. That's one. That's a second. 3 points galore for the boys of Raze. Well, next level just waiting, getting closer and closer by the second. Kuma thinking it's up to 1v1. Can he close it off? The bloom shot connects, and that's it. Exotic secures second place minimum, as it did get himself back up as a two-man crew, but Unknown now sees this is down to a two-man. They didn't have time to rest fully. It's time to go for the push. They hear the footsteps. Unknown in the shadows waiting. You've got to be careful. Exotic's got to push at the same time, and they get the off angle, and it is Exotic that will secure the first game of the day.
That deserves... That is a legit performance coming through from Exodus. I mean, Kuma just held his own so well with that push coming through from the players there of Raze. I mean, that could have gone horribly wrong, but wow, Kuma just kept it together, just kept the focus in, and they succeeded. They pulled it off. They got the chicken. This is huge for the side of Exodus. And I mean, if this is what we could be expecting for the rest of the day here, Max, I mean, it is going to be insane.
The impression teams, do we say, man, they have potential, but they need to have a great last day. They're starting good. Exotic, we said, the current team, the lowest placement with a chicken dinner. They went 17th before this game, was one chicken dinner with a total of 37 points. It was a very big upset after that one chicken dinner. They were just not able to really keep up the points coming in every single game, so a little bit rough for them. But you know what? They get it done here with their second chicken dinner of the tournament. Should be able to climb them up closely to that top 10. They were going to look at the match rankings, of course, to see how many points were truly taken home by all of these teams in the first game of the day. 25 total for Exodus. You cannot make this any better for them, though. DK, I'm going to say it again. One chicken dinner is great, but you need to back it up with a minimum of consistency, thing we have yet to really see from Exodus.
Yeah, I have to agree with you 100% because, I mean, Exodus, they were starting at over in 17th place. This 25 points will be absolutely golden for them. But yes, consistency is going to be key. If this is the kind of approach we could expect to see from them coming into today, it could be pretty fantastic to witness. But of course, if we look a little bit further down, another team that also just stepped it up with zero tolerance. Look at that, 12 eliminations for the team. That is a lot of work that they've done to get that on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they got like 8 of those in the first, few minutes of the game. Like, actually insane how good they stepped up in terms of their aggressive nature. Next Level also was a team that went 11th before this game, got himself a nice second place in this game, really happy, and same for Raze, able to get himself a third place. They had some good macro rotations on this one, so some teams at the bottom did definitely step up big time. Though, on page number 2, we're going to be seeing some of the teams that, they were already looking pretty good in the tournament. I mean, I'm looking at Grind Gaming, 2 points only. That's fine. They were already in 5th place. Sure, they're going to drop off a little bit, but the teams at the top that maybe didn't have the best first game, hopefully it's not going to hurt them too much. AKM, though, get himself the 0-pointer. They were in 6th place before this one. That's where those games are really going to hurt you. So AKM, just got to be a little bit careful. We know you guys can do some absolute insane performances, but not the best way to start off the day, a 0-pointer, but we still got more games available for all of these teams. 4 more, in fact, are still going to be available. So it's not done and dusted for teams that maybe had a rough day. Just make sure you don't have a bad mindset and a mentality going into that, because one bad game, I've seen it for so many teams, right, DK, that they have a bad performance and then maybe the communication gets toxic or things change drastically because the team is unhappy. Like, no, it's just one bad game, brush it off, get back into the action, because it's your last chance to make it happen. We'll see if teams can get back on their 2 feet after that game. And with that said, that's it for game number 1 of the day. Myself and DK going to head on over into a very short break. And after that, it's going to be the map of Sanhok. Be there. Exodus able to start off the day was an absolute bang of a game, securing the first chicken dinner of day 3 here for the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring. We still have 4 more games to go, and one of those is going to be Sanhok, which is coming just about now. And DK, we had a big segment dedicated to it on our pre-show today. Means the expectations are super high for that map. Intrigued to see how things are going to go down. But we got a few names that I think we might be expecting to do pretty well on this map. So we'll see if they can try and deliver and get some points that they desperately need here.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely essential to try and bring everything that they can muster up in towards Sanhok. And I'm still looking to see this map played the way that I remember Sanhok. Quite aggressive, teams really going crazy with the performances there, and we know that they are 100% capable of doing exactly that because we see it on all the other maps.
Yeah, you're going to see on every single map. We'll see, of course, our overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, because, not going to lie, GK, I think overall rankings are, they're pretty important. They might say who's top 10, so I think it's worth spending a little bit of time looking into them. Okay, sarcasm plus 10 right there. We'll see. But Team Umbra, of course, didn't move. They did not play that last game, and now they're going to be playing it once again this next one. So we'll see how much of a lead they can start creating once again for themselves. Team Unique, after that game, able to still get, a few extra points. Able to remain in that top 3rd position, though at the bottom, some teams I'm happy to see climb up a little bit. Next Level, that was not in the top 10, actually makes it in, and Virtual Gaming 2, that makes it now in that 7th place. So we had a few teams able to climb up, but as we know, climbing up is a good thing, but you also got to remain in those positions, which is a very hard task at hand instead of climbing, just climbing alone. Climbing and remaining in those positions is the very, very hard task at hand for all of today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but of course, seeing that we've got movers coming in, there is some other players and teams that, of course, that have been moved into positions that they don't necessarily want to be in. Of course, we did see the players here from AKM currently holding on to the gatekeeping position there. They started off in 6th place. Now they've been moved down to 10th. And of course, the players there from Exodus actually bringing in a beautiful jump. They started over in 17th and now find themselves up in 9th place. So it is still within the realm of possibilities for teams to bring in drastic changes, right? But the longer they wait, the less opportunity there is.
But that's the scary thing, right? Because you said it, Exodus started off the day in 17th position, able to jump up in 9th, which is a huge leap forward. But to make that happen, they needed a huge chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations. So it's not to the point now where you can say, oh, no, a top 5, it'll be enough to climb up. Like, no, you need to make it, if you can, consistently in top 3. If you're at the bottom right now, to climb back up towards the top 10. And chicken dinners is what really is going to set you apart from the rest and give you a very clear shot to make it into PMPL Africa 2022. So Exodus, luckily enough, were able to play right into that, but as we did not know Exodus, I'm sorry, people are going to think I'm bullying Exodus, okay? But I want to see them succeed. That's why I'm being so harsh. It's harsh love, mate. But we need to see consistency from these guys, and hopefully also some of the teams on this 3rd and final page, as Aphelion Apex has not moved, but that's fine. They're going to be playing our next game here. And 21st Century, a team that we said that you enjoy, especially, right, DK? They have some good gameplay. They showed some good moments yesterday. But we need to see them make it to late game, mate. Only 5 placement points over the course of 7 matches total for them. That is nowhere near the position they should be right now. So 21st Century, if I don't see them make it in the late game a few times today, it's pretty much GG. They need to try and survive way longer than what they've been able to do so far.
Yeah, and there's about 5 teams currently sitting in this page that are going to be stepping onto the battlefield for the first time today. It is going to be 21st Century, it's going to be Aphelion Apex, as well as the DROGONS. We've got Magic, as well as Team Somalia. They're all positioned over on that 3rd page. So I'm going to be watching those 5 teams in particular to see what they're going to be bringing to the battlefield over on Sanhok and whether or not they can potentially cook up something interesting, right? Because they need the points. And they've shown the ability that they are teams that are capable of performing well, but now they just got to do it for this last little dash, right? They just got to push through these remaining matches of the day to potentially try and make it up onto one of those top 10 slots.
Yeah, top 10 slots, that's going to be the goal for these guys. There's no prize pool for qualifiers, so all you have to do is make it into top 10, and that is all you should be really focusing on. I had a lot of DMs coming out from some of the players on Instagram saying that, no, they're trying to make it in top 10, and that's the main goal, but they are trying also to use that as experience before going into PMPL Africa itself if they do qualify, which I think is a really good mindset to go in. But unfortunately, one thing that your mindset might not save you from is from a sneaky snake in the good old map of Sanhok, which unfortunately nothing can deal with unless you have pesticide. But I don't know if a snake is qualified as a pesticide, so I'm not. That's why I'm not an exterminator. You know, I have no idea how things work, but we'll see. Regardless of how things are going to pan out, and are we going to finally give me my bootcamp fight? Unfortunately, I do not think so, but I can still keep on dreaming.
Yeah, I was speaking about dreaming. I was just imagining you being an exterminator coming in with your pesticide, trying to take care of snakes. You won't be
Why isn't it
an
working?
exterminator for very long. You won't be one for very long. But you know, just stay here. Like this is a safe zone. This is the safe space to be in for now. There's hopefully no snakes that we can see in the immediate area, but of course, you know, we could be seeing a few of those making their way through on the map. And once again, now, we have a bit of a western shift coming in, moving towards that northwestern island. So this is definitely an interesting start for Sanhok.
Yeah, very interesting one indeed. We'll see how things are going to potentially work out. I'm looking at the Kampong/docks area where there's a little bit of a mix-up, it seems. Aphelion Apex got to be careful. Don't want to suffer a casualty. Apparently, maybe drop in here even, just so they can all loot up without getting hot dropped and hopefully go for another heal-off strat, which, I mean, normally not many teams drop it, but DROGONS are going to be giving them a little bit of company in that position, and Jassa always is going to be he's going to be encountering potentially two teams here, Exodus and also MZR, so yeah, a little bit of a tricky start. Luckily enough, one of the players of Aphelion Apex was able to move away. But I am liking this phase 1 circle because you have that trifecta in play. I like it. The players are not going to like it, though, DK, as we know, because they've got to cross that river. And Exodus is looking at this and having just flashbacks of their past day. And they're going to think, oh, no, please. This. Maybe a botation.
Yeah.
Maybe a botation is the safest trick for them.
Yeah, but I got to say that Docks Kampong region is also quite interesting because we see Aphelion and DROGONS next to each other again, right? We did see them, of course, meeting each other over on towards Miramar just yesterday. So it is a nice bit of a change up coming through, but hopefully it works out a little bit better this time around for both of those teams. But here we are now, as the players from MZR are taking one of the fastest vehicles, not only in the game, but on Earth, for a bit of a spin through the map here of the ever lovely Sanhok. I mean, you know, it gets a little bit too intense for two people to be on there. I understand that because, you know, of the speed, the G-forces, yes. So that was a very wise decision for MZR to make and rather split that up, have Paradox drive the buggy, you know, just as a bit of a safety vehicle.
I could just see like a bullet train going full speed and then you just got a Vespa literally overtaking it and they just look at each other like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Good old Vespa. If I lived in Italy, I think I would have purchased a Vespa. I think that would be the cool way to go around town.
Well, that's what everyone does. Like there's too many Vespas there.
I know, right? But exactly, I would lean into the Italian culture. I would like it.
There's like no, it's a nightmare driving on the roads. Especially for me coming from here, going there. I'm not used to that, so it was a bit of an overload. But you know, if that's your cup of tea, by all means, be my guest. Have fun. Vespa away if you must.
You're saying cup of tea because I'm British? Okay, no, sorry, I'm good. Just get offended instantly for nothing. No, we good. Though looking at this game, I don't know if you would agree, but in the past, I have very rarely seen this amount of teams on the eastern coastline. You have yourself, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on the eastern coastline. You could have potentially even counted 6 with Exodus that already started somewhat moving away from that location. But it seemed like teams I've understood that, okay, the eastern coastline is very, very underplayed. It's a very passive early game. These Sanhok games have been a little bit unpredictable because of the fact we have different groups every single time, different groups playing on this one, where it's never going to be every single time the same Sanhok game because we have only 3 available. So I like that teams are seeing themselves a little bit more opportunistic more than anything, which is good to see. But other than that,
yeah,
I want to see teams move into Trifecta, which seems like that might be the game plan for Team Umbra.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say Team Umbra could eventually maybe started off with a little bit of a fight close to bootcamp. I wouldn't necessarily say in bootcamp, but we do have the players here from Zero Tolerance potentially looking to rotate through there. And what's going to make it interesting is the fact that we've got the players from Blackjack and taking that position up atop the hill with a good overwatch down on towards bootcamp itself. And I mean, over on this northwestern side, this is where things are going to get calmed down quite a little bit. We only have 3 teams currently positioned there. We've got Rays, we've got the players from SYR, the Super Young Stars, and then, of course, the players coming in from the side here of Recalcitrant. So definitely a lot of space to be utilized. But I do think once that next phase shifts and the teams have a little bit more certainty as to where the zone could be moving towards, if it goes northwest, we could see, or ideally, I'd like to see the team's position there looking to just fortify those angles a little bit more. But speaking about fortifications, Blackjack, they're going to have to keep their stuff together now as we have Umbra venturing right up towards them.
Oh, I don't know if Umbra really wanted to start off this fight, but they have a few players onto the west, so they could try and wrap around, get a little bit of a height advantage on this position, which seems like is exactly what's going to be happening for a split moment. They're going up against some of the top fraggers in the lobby. Shadow and Mortez are high up there in first and second place. Blackjack already struggling. One player knocked, one player flushed. PRZ unfortunately does get knocked right through the window. Is going to get flushed away, unfortunately not able to do so just yet. But there's a third party happening. Zero Tolerance Skills want a piece of this mountaintop as they are slowly but surely going to close the gap versus Blackjack. But Blackjack, they already lost that man advantage. But Morteza, sure you flushed away, but another team is knocking on your door, ready to tear it down. This is getting real messy real quick.
Yeah, and this is quite unfortunate for Blackjack as they've now run into a really tough position here. Umbra pushing in, Zero Tolerance coming in from that southern side. Wisco will have to try his utmost to just try and secure this. We have seen a few interesting clutches come through, but up against a team like Umbra, pulling off a 1v4 clutch is going to be quite the challenge. It's not outside of possibility, but Wisco will just have to hope that everything works out. And potentially if he's able to kind of isolate the players from Umbra, things could maybe be on the up and up. But also I think if this third party now from Zero Tolerance actually comes in, that could be a bit of a saving grace though. But I mean, I don't think Umbra's going to wait that long.
Ooh, how is he not burning? Is he just on top of the table? Okay, he's playing the floor as lava, next level right now though. Realism edition. See though, that nade's pretty nice, and he pushes out and wasted, connects that one, and they survive as a 4-man, able to get PRZ back up, so that's huge. But now that Zero Tolerance Skills score the elimination field light up, they might be thinking of pushing, which they do. Into the arms of Morteza, one goes down. The rest of Umbra needs to push above the lip of that hill, and they'll get the height advantage versus ZTS. And then Zero Tolerance Skills going to have a real tough one to actually escape the whole situation. It's going to be tough, but I'm seeing though on the elimination feed and on my map feed, another fight is currently happening right up north of Ruins, and you're going to be seeing his next level taking the engage versus Team Somalia. 2 players knocked, while next level still has some sneaky off angles available for them. Team Somalia might be living their final moments here.
Yep, they definitely could be doing exactly that, but again now we do see Vic just trying to get into position, but Gaddafi coming through with some beautiful laser focus there, just picking up another knock rather, not elimination just yet. But Team Somalia now quickly trying to regroup, just to reset a little bit before this rush from Gaddafi pulled all the way through, but that Molly getting sent in as well definitely does not help whatsoever for the side of Team Somalia.
That was so good. Tonton was protecting the left side of that rock to make sure no push was going to happen, while Gaddafi pushing the right side. It's small details like that, but really the synergy you need for that to happen and a good communication / IGLing, it's really crucial to make those actually work out. So big heads up to them. Love to see it from next level. And now they're also very close to the river, so that next rotation, depending on where phase 2 circle, which you said earlier, right, DK, is so important, that is going to be a very, very strong setup for them. DROGONS, team that I said I want to keep seeing more and more and more from these guys, taking the fight towards 21st century, but the circle shifts. It's going to be Northwestern Ireland, and this is one of my favorite finishes in this map, though. Intrigued to see how the teams are going to adapt.
Ooh. Well, we do see Andrex really adapting to the plays coming through there from the Drogons. 21st century looking to just hold their own. Of course, now already 2 elims under their belt, and man, the Drogons having a pretty tough play here. Sands, as we can see, of course, is going to be the last remaining hopeful, looking to make a successful rotation back into the safety of zone. 21st century feeling pretty good. They've got 3 elims. Now they got to focus on pulling that rotation of getting back into the zone, finding a good position to play it out in. But of course, as we can see over in that in the kill feed, Zero Tolerance. They ran into a bit of a brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, Umbra did exactly what I mentioned earlier. Get yourself Mortez in position, you got the first knock, and then you had the rest of the team just peek above the hilltop. It made it impossible for Zero Tolerance to escape that fight, and Umbra won a high, right? They were feeling like, oh, we just won a huge fight on that hilltop position just pure seconds ago. Let's go. We're on the roll. We're going to try and get an extra 4 eliminations. They got already 8 eliminations purely 10 minutes into the game. We've seen that twice in a row. We saw it for team game 1. We've seen it happen for Umbra this game around. So some teams are trying to definitely speed things up a little bit. But the thing about Umbra is that they don't even need the points. They're just doing it for style points by now to look extra slick on the overall rankings at the end of the tournament.
We'll go with that. We'll say it's because they want to be they want to add a bit of a sick, sleek look to their repertoire. But yeah, definitely. We've seen those players come through, and strangely enough, it was from Zero Tolerance Skills. They came in with those 12 elims just in the previous match. So, you know, a little bit of a change of pace coming in. But of course, now Banana trying to peel back to the rest of the team. Unfortunately,
No.
Banana!
Thank you. Thank you, DK. Thank you. Continue.
Not making it all the way through into safety, of course, is going to be waiting up in the lobby for the rest of the team to join a little bit later on. But now, yeah, it is going to be a rotations, particularly for the team still having to get into zone. So it's going to be Exodus, it's going to be the players from Aphelion Apex, MZR, with a very delayed something happening over in towards Sami for them. DROGONS, of course, is down to 1. They are going to be trying to catch up. And then, of course, we have the players there from Grind, just on the outlying reaches of Bootcamp. So a few interesting rotations, but Grind, they need to be careful because Umbra, they are just fueled with adrenaline at this point in time.
I'm having flashbacks right now. The last time we saw a team stay so long in Nakam Sami, it was the heal-off of Aphelion Apex. So hopefully not going to be the case for MZR. You want to see something a little bit different from location like that. The phase 2 is about to close off. Aphelion Apex about to make their way over to the bridge. Talking about bridges, has already been crossed by next level. Good to see while Umbra just going straight into the trifecta. So they're going to be controlling / defending versus teams such as we're looking at Grind Gaming, we're looking at 21st Century, even potentially the remaining player of DROGONS and Joker of Exodus. So there's a lot of teams that will be coming around the trifecta position. This is a big opportunity for Umbra to maybe even get himself up to double-digit kill count very, very early on in this match. But if there's one thing that I love seeing in this game already is how SYR are positioned, but I think there's a big lack of scouting over to the eastern side. So just something to keep in mind that could become an issue later on.
Well, of course, now we have that zone shifting up once more, and it is looking pretty golden for the players there from Super Young Stars. I mean, as the Imperium says, oh, the good old Chungus Mountain, right? But, ooh, look at that, though. Recalcitrant coming in with a quick rush up into Raze, and Blue Zone fighting is still going to be a thing. Even though we're in the third phase, they still have a little bit of time left, but they definitely want to get their butts back into zone.
That's going to be the play. 21st Century. Trying to get away from Grind, I have the impression, which I understand. Definitely a team you don't know what to mess with. Our team Umbra starting to, I think, already look towards the northwestern island, maybe not fully interested in gatekeeping from here. All we have to really do here is cross the river and gatekeep from the warehouse on the other side. I think that would be the best / most optimal play for them to not only be safer for the rotation to execute and to also get a few eliminations here and there. So I think that would be the best game plan for them. While Aphelion Apex are good for rotation all around the western side of the northwest island, which is a good execution plan. It seemed like Umbra are not messing around, DK. They want to defend right here, right now, versus 21st Century.
Yeah, Umbra now moving up like a pack of leopards, getting ready to bounce down onto the players here from 21st Century. Of course, already Andrex not going to be having the easiest push back there, but, well, Shadow and the rest of the team, they're going to be holding it up. And, I mean, yes, they still have quite a bit of ground to try and cover to make it up into that zone. So I do hope that Umbra is kind of still keeping that zone in mind, as we do see the blue, of course, now starting to move up. 21st Century just quickly trying to lick their wounds, get their players back up into fighting form before this big bad blue zone comes swooping on through.
Yeah, phase 3 circle going to make it even harder for 21st Century to suffer the wrath of Umbra. Now they're just down to 1, and that's going to be potentially it. Oh, wait, actually got the res. I didn't even see that. One res came on through. Is it going to be enough? I do not really think so. Switches over to the M4, and Shadowing gets it done once more. One of the top fraggers was Morteza, and they performed time and time and time again. They eliminated 3 teams already. DK, these guys are speed running for real this time. PUBG Mobile Esports, what's going on?
Well, we wanted to see it. We were talking about it yesterday, and, well, there you go. Umbra showing us how it could potentially
Excellent
be
point.
done if you were to speed run the match. But of course now, yeah, things are looking a little bit tough over in towards Hartinus. We do have the players from Race Clan as well as RTG and of course Recalcitrant trying to still secure a decent position. I mean, SYR, they're still sitting pretty golden, but next level also now going to be started rotating up along that western side, pulling in right alongside Magic. So there's a really interesting position, particularly over on that western side.
Yeah, the West is going to be pretty contested. Surprised no one's really on the outskirts of Camp Alpha, on the northeast side of Camp Alpha to be more specific. I think that could have been a good option for some of the teams, but we're going to wait for the next circle. And things are not going to be looking too good for SYI, it's fair to say, DK, because they're going to be losing a lot of free real estate on that mountaintop position. Sure, they're still going to have a good position to scout, take some shots from, but if the circle moves away from them once more, they're going to have to be forced to go downhill, and teams that have good positions and they can get even to the shed that's right down south of the road, if that position is controlled by a player or a team, that would be such an almost impossible rotation to make happen for SYR unless they have an insane amount of smokes or a car to make the rotation happen. So we'll see, but they got to start and set up for a potential rotation later on down the line. MZR moving in from the western side, trying to avoid the fight versus next level, which they do to some extent successfully. Now they're just going straight for the circle. There's a lot of free space right now because they're doing it so early. Next level will be left behind in the dust.
Yeah, we can see some difficult positions to be played here. Hatin, of course, a little bit of a town, not really a city, not really a compound. It's like a mishmash of options there. But look at this though. SYR bringing in the hits onto Umbra as Umbra are looking to push on down, and of course with that they are now left with Morteza to try and survive as Lashen are doing some good things for the lobby. I think, you know, this is a good way to put a bit of a potential halt to the insanity which is Team Umbra currently in this lobby.
I think unfortunately for Umbra, they assumed the southern side of the hill was going to be left alone because the circle shifted up north. Assumptions are what kill most of the time in PUBG Mobile, and here you go, the final play of Umbra goes out. Not going to complain. It is still a 13-point game. 12 eliminations plus that one placement point from that 11th position. We cannot complain with that whatsoever. So still good performance from them, and they were already looking good in the rankings. So no stress for the side of Umbra, though a little bit stressful if you're next level, apparently, as you're trying to make your way over to the cliff side. But man, I'm having vertigo right now. I do not like where Joker is. This is scaring me to hell, but it's how holding strong next level, having a real tough time to actually hit those shots from down below.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, Tonton, that is a relatively interesting position to be holding. We've seen a few Daredevil plays being brought in. Unknown, now, of course, goes skiing down the side of the mountain. I'm not quite sure how exactly he did that, but well done. GG, of course, Chala. Now going to be trying to pick up L1 down below. L1 trying to ride it up, but unfortunately it is a very easy play here for Chala to pick up that elimination. And with that, next level now being reduced down to only 2. It is going to be Unknown and Tonton left to try and make a push. But with that, Unknown now also goes down. So all the pressure now rides on Tonton's shoulders. Ooh, wow.
Okay, I got to bring up a subject right now. A player of MZR, Bruty OP, has 40 first aid kits in the blue down south. You can barely see him on your map feed on the right behind the spectate button there. Yes, he had 40 plus first aid kits. This is what we say. It's good as a secondary plan. They tried to move in. They struggled. They suffered casualties. Now look how things are working out for them. They are just, they did suffer casualties, but they're still able to push their team in. But he is just there, backing up, not being the main goal for the team to make it work out. We'll see. Next level spotted away, trying to avoid the entire mountainside. They will be taken out in 9th position, but 18 still remain. But man, 40 first aid kits, I can tell you, that is going to take him a very, very long way.
Yeah, it's going to take him quite some way. And of course, we do see the hits now continuing to fly on through there as Petite gets taken down. Sorry, I had to do that one because we got so close yesterday. I do think I potentially pulled it off this time. But here we are now. The super young stars also still holding on to their position up on the mountains. But now MZR actually moving up behind them, and Magic now trying to hug the edge of the cliff. But it is going to be a really challenging position to play. As we can see, Gull now not having the best angle to make much of, but RTG looking to hold strong as Yaya now defense, putting an end to Edwards rushes, and with that, Oh, picking up some beautiful elims there. Recalcitrant getting sent back into the lobby.
Man, not even the sheds on the side of the road is in play this game. That is absolutely horrible to deal with. We'll see how that's going to work out, though. Where we're going to be looking, of course, you've got two positions heavily contested. It's going to be Hatin and also the high ground of the mountaintop of Northwest Island. So intrigued to see. Cromboy was actually able to make it down, but if you're one taps on Lordoni, not going to be able to quite hit the mark, but it's only a matter of time. 10 seconds left before Cromboy is going to be forced away from that tree. If he doesn't have any smokes, I think that's going to be an easy extra elimination for RTG. Just the backstab happens from Aphelion Apex. They just third party that entire gauge. Good to see. Now, can they actually get the upper hand? Seem like things aren't going to go really their way. Karga and Jassa both bite the dust, and only Eru is going to be left alone. Too many teams are in this vicinity as he gets spotted away once again. Aphelion Apex holding on barely by a thread.
Well, this is such an all over the place kind of show coming through here. I mean, SYR getting caught on the high ground, not really having a way to rotate down. We got the players here from Raze now looking to close it up on towards the northern front. RTG getting ready to push on through with that grind, gets eliminated. Somali gets down. The Beast now trying to quickly deal with the pressures, the threats coming through. MZR rushing forward, of course. Baruji holding on to that position all the way out in the blue zone. It is pure chaos erupting. Magic still in play, having their final player just holding on for dear life, but it is going to be a 4v3v3v1.
Update on Burrito P from MZR. He still has 17 first aid kits, so he can easily survive to a top 2 placing. The rest of the team is going to be taken out, but you know what? At least he's still able to get himself one elimination, which is better than a kick in the butt. So we'll see how they can go with that extra elimination. Though RTG, that was really good timing for them to cross the road while all that fight and action was happening inside Hatin. That's when they decided to cross because their new teams were not focused on RTG at the time. Really, really big brain approach. Though, Galil for Magic. Not taking the shot. Really good trigger discipline, but we want to be careful to not witness a Vortex 2.0 here.
Wow, this is I'm so glad I'm not here because that zone has shifted out into no man's land once again. It is going to be absolutely brutal for these teams to play this last bit of the phase. And ooh, Magic actually having a good angle right here alongside RTG, but come on, don't wait too long. Just take the jump, take the plunge and put it through. There we go, the shot's coming in. Come on. Ooh. Oh, yes. Oh, man, that was close.
Yeah, Burrito P also still on 8 first aid kits. It's a battle against time for that second, third place position. We'll see. Is the fight going to end before he actually runs out of meds? We're about to go to the next phase shift. Can he even out-heal it in phase 8? I'm not sure. We'll look at the elimination feed if things work out. That's it for RTG. Losing 1, losing 2. Another player that's still inside Hatin tries to take the shots, but should get eliminated in just a few seconds' time. And I believe that is going to be the steal from Burrito P of MZR, with at the start more than 40 first aid kits. And I believe maybe even setting a record for the most first aid kits the team ever had in a competitive environment of PUBG Mobile. What the hell just happened?
Survival. That is what we saw just happen. Of course, that zone fight was absolutely crazy, but well played though. I mean, now we got the Baruti trying to hold on to the second position. It's pretty locked in. I don't think it's going to be likely at all whatsoever. I mean, Kingerman already celebrating. It's like, yes, there we go. Bruti giving us the final shuffle before getting sent back. And with that, it is going to go straight over to the players there from the side of Raze. What a beautiful chicken that was. I mean, they really held on to that zone exceptionally well, showing quite a good amount of dominance. But got to give it to MZR, right? We were talking about that hill strat, bring it in at the appropriate moment, not using it as your plan A, and it worked.
Yeah. Cannot argue with that one. I have the impression we have some more of the power, though, DK. Like a cool dynamic happening here where, first game we both mentioned, we talked about Exodus, got himself to chicken dinner. You mentioned also MZR and how they could potentially also build up a little bit more consistency throughout the day. They do it here with the not chicken dinner, but they gave themselves a second place. And also we did talk about Raze at some point and how we wanted to see this team perform well. And what a better way than with a chicken dinner on the second game of the day on Sanhok. Also at that 22 points secured this time around. They definitely needed them to try and climb their way back up into the rankings. Really happy to see these many teams get up there. But man, Umbra, 1 placement point, 12 eliminations. My man vibing out here, bro. They eliminated 3 teams in the first 10 minutes of the game. What's going on right now?
Yeah, that's crazy. But like, look at we got the players there from MZR, just one position above them, actually kind of sharing the position, I guess.
Complete
You know,
opposite.
just having the exact opposite. Yes, you know, so it's like it's a bit of a zebra pattern we've got going on here. But of course, a good play coming in from Magic as well, securing themselves those 10 points, moving up onto that 8th place. But now, second page, your favorite page.
Woo! Oh yeah.
It's well, it's a page. That's what it is. At least 21st and Apex, they brought more points in.
Aphelion Apex, maybe go back to heel strats. I don't. Sorry. Okay. No. I'm flaming right now. Okay. Sorry guys, but the issue to him, right? Exodus up and down tendencies. They had himself chicken dinner. That's great, but they were just on the cusp of that top 10, and now they get themselves a 2-pointer. And they already played 2 games out of all the games they're going to be playing today. Was that 3 or 4? I'm not exactly sure for Exodus, but that is still minimum 50% of the games, if not 2/3 of their games played for the day. So very scary prospect for Exodus. We need to see them close off the day with a bang if it's in their last game or 2. Because it would be sad to not see them make it, but they are a team that has definitely some big improvements to be made coming into this game. But I'm happy. We had 3 Sanhoks. I would say every single Sanhok brought something different to the table. And even though Sanhok is maybe the map that a lot of people look at and like, oh, come on, Sanhok again. I get it. But at least we didn't see things happening every single time and being the same thing. So that, at least for me, was a very clear improvement. Though we are done with our 2 first games of the day here, DK. We still got 3 more to go. The next one is going to be on the grassy pastures of Erangel. Don't go anywhere. Every single game, we're getting one step closer to crowning our top 10 teams to make it into the very first PMPL Africa for the 2022 spring season. And man, we're getting close to that moment where we're not going to have a lot of breathing space for the teams at the bottom. We've seen some very, very fun comebacks from Exodus. We've seen some comebacks especially happen up from Rays. But we still got so many more teams that need to try and get himself a good result. And time is ticking fast, so opportunities are way lesser now to try and make that comeback happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and it's going to be another tough one once again on the board because we have the players from Group A and B going at it once again. They closed out the day yesterday, and this time we see them moving into this third match. So it is going to be a pretty tough one to play.
69 elimination. Sorry, okay. I got way too hyped on that one. Very nice score from Team Umbra into this one with their 3 chicken dinners, 130 points. Is it worth mentioning anymore? Not really. There's Umbra pulling Umbra numbers in this tournament, so love to see it though. What a leap forward, DK, from our boys of Rays Clan. They just jumped up from one of the bottom pages at the start of the day. All up here. Look at them. Where were they at the start of the day even? Let me check. Rays win 18th. At the start of the day, and boom, look at this one, already in 4th place. Going to show just a few good games can put you back in that position, but you know, PMPL Africa is going to be a long-term tournament, so I want Rays to look at these past few games, see what stuck, what worked out for them, and learn from those past experiences so they can do well in the PMPL Africa if they do make it, which, seeing these type of results, it does seem extremely, extremely likely, but all of these top teams currently, DK, stand on 8 games apiece, so we'll see what that's going to be, but there's still going to be a few disparities in our next game. Some teams will have more games, some teams will have less games, but other than that, one thing that I'm a little bit sad to see on this first page, DK, is Grind Gaming are slowly slipping out of the top 8. So it's a scary prospect. We need to see a good game come out from these guys, hopefully this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it is a difficult task, right? To try and hold on, seeing that all the teams are adopting a very similar approach coming into these final few matches. And even if we look onto your favorite page, the second page, this is where we see the players there from Zero Tolerance. They are also just hot on their heels. They have not, they've not let it go just yet. They're still going to be in the contention. Of course, Exodus now moving up there alongside Virtual Gaming. Those two teams currently being the gatekeepers into the teams that will be qualifying through to the PMPL Africa itself. But of course, both Exodus and Virtual Gaming, both teams sitting with 2 chickens under their belt.
Well, you remember what I said at the start of the day, right, DK? Seems Outplayed. It's good they can get himself a back-to-back chicken din on day 2. But if they go back to their performances of day 1, that is where things are going to get pretty dire, which, unfortunately enough, seems like that is becoming the case. So I want to see Seems Outplayed get back into the thick of it, though, onto our third and final page, where this is truly, truly the danger zone right now. I'm going to go from the bottom up. Your killer is Aphelion Apex, 21st Century, Drogons, Magic, Team Somalia, and Recalcitrant Team, which... man, Drogons, we're not seeing the comeback. There are moments when they start fight, it started off pretty good, and you're like, okay, these guys can maybe go the entire way, and then it just they fall flat on their face, and it's same for 21st Century, teams that we expected way better from, and unfortunately, it seems like time is slipping right through their fingers, and it's going to be too late very soon for them to actually make a significant comeback, unless they pull a raise, which, from what we've seen so far, seems extremely, extremely unlikely from these guys.
Yeah, they could definitely raise their position on the leaderboard. But looking at what we saw come through from the Drogons so far, right? We saw a very kind of similar thing happen to them in the previous PMCO as well, right?
Yeah.
They started off showing a lot of potential, and then things just started to dissolve a little bit. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Hopefully, they can still look to pull it all together in the remaining games that they have left here, but they really got to bring it in the final few matches of the day.
And you know what? We're going to bring it in right now as our third game of the day for day 3 of the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you still have that bowl of popcorn all filled up. Otherwise, during the playing path, you have time to get a refill, put it in the microwave, let it on for a few minutes. Don't know how much time you would have to leave popcorn on to make it worth your time, but leave it on as much as it says on the pack. That is all I can really say. There you go. This just became a tutorial on how to make popcorn, but also, by the way, sugar popcorn better than salty popcorn. We'll see now with this playing pass going from Stolber all over to Primorsk. Pretty damn good for some of these teams. But as always, we went on the Phase 1 DK. That is the one thing that's going to be very telling of how this game might actually pull through.
Yeah, definitely will. And of course, already as we look onto that flight path, it is a very comfortable, very satisfying flight path to start it off cutting through pretty much the center of the map. So the teams will have relative ease of access to a lot of those preferred locations. And I mean, it's going to be essential to kind of play it through that first phase, get a strong setup moving into the second phase. If teams are looking to double up on the points that they've been bringing in so far. And oh, yeah, I'm not quite sure what really to expect to see what the teams are going to be looking to do here. But ideally, this is where we'd like to see teams to step it up that haven't had luck with that just yet.
Yeah, luck is going to be of the moment, though. Seeing exactly this phase on Circle, pretty similar to what we had on the last game. A little bit on the more Sanhok Island in play this time around, though, so teams might have to take that into the equation, though. Pachinki Hill, this is a given right now. I'm looking at Pachinki Hill. I'm looking at Team Unique in particular. I want to see it work out. Why is there a play of Aphelion Apex in the Pachinki area? I don't know if that was intentional or not, but he is leaps and bounds away from the rest of his squad. So Aphelion Apex maybe not the best initial setup for them. Hopefully can get back to the crew. But yeah, that is a very unlucky rubber ducky, as I like to say.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where I was even going to try and go with that one, but
No
okay.
way, just don't. Just forget about it.
Yeah, yeah. We'll just move on. You know, find out who your killer is as we see them, of course, not positioned up in towards just Naya, sharing the space here with the players coming in from the side there of Masters Esports. So again, we don't really see a lot of hard dropping at all coming through, which is, I think, healthy. But yeah, Aphelion Apex definitely trying a few interesting things along the way. I mean, well, they're keeping us on their toes, right? To say the very least, because we never know what we're gonna get until they step onto the battlefield. It's always a bit of a surprise to see what they'll be bringing along, and of course, yeah, hopefully it's a pleasant surprise.
I want pleasant surprises. We'll see. I got a electric scooter for my birthday, and it was a pretty pleasant surprise. So we want something similar to that level of surprise. There you go. That's good. Good comparison. And also, easy way for me to flex. I do, in fact, have an electric. Well, it's not bike. Yeah, it's scooter. Did I say bike? No, did I say bike or not?
No, you said scooter. You said scooter.
Okay, yeah. There you go. I said what I initially thought I said. Yeah, electric scooter. I'm going to be able to zoom around, but I think I forgot there was a global pandemic. So I'm like, oh well, maybe not. Maybe I'll be careful. I'll just do it in rounds in my studio and just like, all fun.
Yeah. Well, at least no one will hear you coming, so you can do it, you know, at your leisure without really alarming anyone in the vicinity. So yeah, I guess it's got its upsides. Just make sure that you charge it properly at least. Otherwise, it's just going to turn into a normal scooter, which is a little bit harder.
A very
to
heavy
use,
one.
But of course, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not quite sure what the gear ratio is like, whether or not it's actually going to prevent that wheel from turning if the battery is flat. So, you know, it could be interesting.
It's true. Actually, talking about actually that was going to be one of the worst transitions I've ever made, so I'm not even going to make it. I'm looking at patches though of what's going to be happening into the next update, and it's been shown for a long time that there was going to be a revamp of the Erangel bridges between mainland and Sanhok Island, right? Well, normally, next update, those changes happen. And that means Exodus might have a chance to cross bridges.
Ooh, like you mean like the PC bridges?
Yes.
The double layers. Ooh.
I wanted to build up all that just to do a dig at Exodus. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, it's going to be really cool. Like bridges are going to be a lot more. I don't know if I would say viable, but a lot more easy to work with. If it's on the defensive side or the aggressive side, there's going to be more opportunities for teams on the attacking side to actually make those crosses happen. So pretty hyped, pretty pumped to see those extra things added to the game. It's going to be a pretty fun prospect when it gets added and updated in the game.
Yeah, those up and under bridges, they are definitely something. I mean, I think that is going to take bridge camping to a whole different level. That is going to be, yeah, that's going to be something, definitely. But, well, speaking about something, of course, the players here from Umbra are going to be looking to potentially do a little bit more of something, as we have them now just perched up on the Overwatch position here, keeping a very watchful eye on the side there of AKM. But stop. Doing
Wait a minute.
exactly as his name suggests.
I thought we were going with the Bruno mask on, Rep. Before we go the entire way, we'll see. BLZ taking a few shots, pushing him away. AKM. Remember, this was the very first game actually of the tournament where Umbra just annihilated all of the roster almost of AKM. They're going to learn from their past mistakes. Well, I wouldn't say a past mistake, but their past encounters. So AKM's going to be a little bit careful. Good to see. Jumping up, going all around the more northern edge. There's a little bit of speed has been lost on their side. Hopefully not going to result in an early knock onto AKM because they cannot afford it right now. Team that started off in 6th had some up and down tendencies. We'll see if they can remain up there. Otherwise, other than the fight in Rozhok, this is pretty by the book. And I can also happily say that Aphelion Apex are now back as a 4-man crew. No one lost. Good to see.
Yeah, definitely a good thing to see. And you know, they had us worried there for a brief moment. Fortunately, they did pull into a hospital, so it's fine. It's quite the fitting position to be. But now we are waiting in anticipation essentially to see where this next phase is going to be taking us, because I mean, there's still a potential that it could maybe this time move to job 6. I've got my fingers crossed, got my toes crossed. And that's what I'll cross for now. Hopefully it will move into a little bit of that chopstick kind of play. But we do now also see the players from Blackjack actually venturing further up in towards Pachinki, where we have the players from Unique currently positioned, and Umbra. They're just going to be going to town now, trying to wrap up that potential fight with AKM. But again, a good rotation coming through from AKM here, you know, choosing to rather disengage instead of offering themselves up potentially to the team that is Umbra.
Just got to be careful where they move. I hope they're going to try and just hug the side of this hill and not go up it, because Blackjack are right up there. They must hear the cars getting closer and closer right now. But there you go. This position, no closer. Just wrap around, avoid getting spotted out by Blackjack. Just keep on moving. There you go. They knew they didn't scout. They knew they didn't have the information. If they tried to breach it, that could have gone real bad for them. So they're going to wrap around. The phase 1 circle, they're about to close up. So phase 2 is going to be very, very telling most of the time. That is what's happening on these maps of Erangel and Miramar. Is phase 2. You have a good idea of what type of terrain you're going to be working with. So we'll see, as a pretty big amount of teams are already looking to move and center up, but I'm intrigued. We already have a 2-2 split from Team Unique in particular. 2 players inside Pachinki Hill and 2 players to the compound west of Pachinki Hill, which I think they could have just kept the entire team on Pachinki Hill. I think it's a little bit too early. There you go, now taking the fight versus AKM. Just get back on Pachinki Hill as a 4-man. I think that's just a way safer and a more opportunistic option for them in the long term.
Well, what's definitely going to be quite an opportunistic play as well is going to be that position in center zone. As we can see, there is something there. Everyone is looking to go and inspect that, but 21st Century holding off, just kind of riding that southern position. But now they also still don't have to move up all that much, just a little bit further, just get themselves a bit closer towards that western bridge. But I'm liking the position Lag is moving into. If the zone does decide to swing to that southern side, potentially that bridge once again, or maybe even that TED finish like you were talking about on the first day.
Hell yeah.
Things could bring in a bit of excitement on that front, but definitely the northern side is where the teams will have to get it figured out, because we see so many teams positioned up there. Everyone's still just trying to hold on to a compound, and we could potentially even see a few teams not knowing that the position is already taken, venturing up, and then, you know, finding themselves positioned up in the lobby.
Arigato, Team Unique. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you for getting back on Pachinki Hill as a 4-man. That's just what we need. With this circle especially, it is so good to be able to scout and get intel of what teams are positioning or rotating through the southern Pachinki fields. Great thing to see. Love to see that coming out from Team Unique. Though, other than that, 15's going for some delayed rotations, but it's not too scary. It's only phase 2 and he hasn't yet started closing up. It will in the next 20 seconds. AKM, yeah, able to push away Team Unique, not really overstepping their welcome in that position while fighting Team Unique. So here you go, they pushed him away, remain as a 4-man, love to see it. But MG very slowly through the fields. I was about to say, there's no way they don't see him. And if he loses another wheel, which I believe he just did, the card was a little bit of a 180. MG is in a very dire situation. Seems very unlikely he's going to survive unless his team is ready to back him up and pick him up midway. Which, with that smoke, they could do, but yeah, maybe not the way you want to rotate through a field.
I'm not quite sure what the approach there was. I mean, I did see, of course, MG trying to cross the field safely, but unfortunately, the players there from Rays, or not Rays, your killer is, were positioned on towards that side there and just slowly tapping away. But up comes Sands now, looking to make a bit of a stand as the Drogons are rotating in just past farm. We do see Recalcitrant positioned up ahead with Edward and the rest of the team now getting ready to roll on forward. Banana up there alongside Vex. But I'm hoping to see some interesting positions come from this. I mean, because Recalcitrant had me so hopeful just yesterday because they were bringing in some beautiful plays. Today, I'm not quite sure what has happened. Maybe there's not enough ice cream to go with banana. I don't know.
I think it's the splits that are missing right now. Just
Yeah,
saying.
that's it. Not enough ice cream.
The banana splits! I don't know if you got that. I don't know. I was waiting. It was okay. You got it. Sweet. Good job. Good job.
Yeah, hence the ice cream.
Okay. Man, we're so funny. We're hilarious, aren't we? I'm sure the chat is spamming. Oh my god, Omega little kick W in the chat. Probably not, but oh well. It's always good to dream. We'll see. We'll dream though for a good circle shift for most of these teams to see how things are going to pan out. 21st Century yet to make the rotate. Luckily enough for them, this is a game where the lobbies are situated where Team Unique are not really interested in going to the Western Bridge drop. They're going to go to Pachinki instead, now Pachinki Hill, so should be a lot easier for 21st Century, but you still want to scout it out because they do not know that there's no teams, but we do. So 21st Century, take the according steps. Northwest Circle shifts, though. A lot of flat terrain is going to be in play. Very easy rotation for Team Unique. Go to the western side of Pachinki Hill, scout, then make the move. But you said you wanted chopsticks, right? You called it out on game 1. But actually, little did we know, DK, your real intention was to call it for game 3, which I got to say, mad props. Huge respect. That's big.
Yeah. That's just how I roll, you know. Got to bring in a little bit of that delayed reaction, you know. It's like
real
asking you shall receive. Yes, you know, that's just what it was. But yeah, a good call coming in there from Aphelion Apex. I was actually a little bit worried about their position over on towards the compounds alongside Magic, but it does seem like they're starting to head up along that western side, venturing up to the foothills there of Everest. But Chopsticks itself, it's definitely starting to heat up quite a bit. We've got the players there from Team Somalia. We also have Masters up alongside them, and Magic now just rolling on through. Your killer is on the offside. And then, of course, up north here, as we can see on screen, we've got the players from Umbra and Virtual Gaming just on the outskirts of Ruin. So, an interesting position, potentially maybe even Headshot Hill-ish. Not 100% just yet, but this could be a controlling position for Virtual Gaming to be holding.
Yeah, Headshot Hills is going to be a temporary passing location for a lot of these teams, such as VGS, Team Umbra, maybe even Banana from Recalcitrant Team, or teams Outplayed. So just make sure you're not too stale, because otherwise a team like Team Umbra especially is going to spot you out and see the impulse slow it down. That boy needs to speed up, which he does right after. Hopefully he'll make it away, but he lost one wheel. Might be... he lost both. Okay, that's a tough one. If they shoot on the right side and uses another wheel, that's pretty much done for him, and he does lose it. Impulse has to get out. But luckily enough, the rest of his team is there to try and hopefully pick him up. Gonna heal up before doing so. Boom, jumps inside, but you can't stop. You need to be fast. Luckily enough, also does not lose a wheel on that buggy, otherwise it would have been so sad. But VGS still waiting in the wings, maybe able to get himself a little bit of a sneaky angle to take the fight. But the elimination feed does not light up just yet. So it seems like Teams Outplayed are safe for now.
Yeah, I think it is safe to say that Impulse got a little bit tired out, hence abandoning the vehicle. But now as we move on a little bit further, we got the Drogons, actually potentially about to get into a bit of a fight here with Lag. As we can see, Low and Fantasy now come circling on through. Sands, of course, quick to react, does hear those vehicles pulling up and now takes the position up on the high ground. We also see the players there from 21st, just a little bit further away. So an interesting play for all three of these teams there. But who's going to be the one to nail those heads up into the coffin? Will it be from the Drogons? Will it be Lag? Will it be first? It does seem like Hero is going to be lighting it up and pulls one up into 1-9. Gets the confirmation. Hero and the rest of the players now coming in from the side of 21st Century. Now just have to try and play these positions. Of course,
Okay.
Zone has moved up once again, so they have to be cautious of that. But an absolute bombardment of utilities getting sent through.
Yeah, but nothing's really coming of it. So a lot of utility, I wouldn't say wasted, but not really having the impact that they were expecting with that kind of amount. So it seemed like we're going back to the old Chinese meta days, but very little effect. Back, there you go, seeing, okay, this fight, not really worth it. Circle moves away, pretty central, a little bit over to the northwestern side, so don't really want to take that fight towards 21st century anymore. We want to try and look towards chopsticks because we know we're going to have to cross that road, but by doing so and not going far enough, you might be also showing your back over to 21st century if they do try and eat their way forward. So something to keep in mind, it could be something that will haunt you later on down the line.
Yeah, speaking about the haunting, we have this fight right here. It is going to be the players from Yokilla is Unique as well as Blackjack. Blackjack now just joining the party, coming in to get a piece of the cake here. But of course, NG gets down right there once again. Down goes Phantom. Wizard now holding on to that Wizard tower. We got Freak getting down. Skirp now being the last remaining hopeful for the side here of Unique. Just trying to bring the adjustments in on that health bar. But I mean, this was a beautiful play coming in from Blackjack, bringing in a nice bit of capitalization as they move in, sneaking up on them. And with that, Wizard gets Wingardium Leviosa to right the heck out of that spot. But now look at the kill feed, though. It is lighting up 2 teams already getting it down. And with that, we are down to only 13 still remaining. It's still a lot of teams, but we are running out of real estate here.
It was very sad. We had Wizard in a Harry Potter tower. It was very fitting, but it was just not meant to be. Skirp! Onto Unique, waiting. Might get spotted out, though. Not going to love it. And there you go. That's the end for Team Unique. They bite the dust out in 13th place. It's Blackjack already up to 4 points. The circle centers up. They are still inside a decent position, but if it goes over to west, they're going to have to cross the road, and we know that that is one of the hardest roads to cross inside this map of Erangel, so you better be careful and try and set yourself up because the future is not looking too fancy for you. No lag now taking the engagement versus Aphelion Apex. Aphelion Apex, we need to see some dubs coming in eventually. Low, surrounded by foes, able to get the first AK. We'll take the 1v2, potentially able to get himself one. He does, but he falls right after. And the flush will arise. At least that's going to be able to allow Kage maybe to get an extra point. But now Lag taking a 1v2 push in Fantasy and Berserk. Looking to push Kage in his final corner. He goes straight up to the roof, trying to buy some time with some utility. They hurried up, taking it slow, taking it nice and aggressive. Making sure that Kage has no easy escape. But he jumps right off the roof, down below. To maybe look for the re-engage angle with the UMP. Switches over to that first-person mode. He gets a lot of damage done. And unfortunately, he gets also jumped from behind. And that's it for Aphelion Apex. And what I would almost say, DK, their hopes and dreams of making it to PMPL Africa might have just got shattered right here, right now.
It's a little bit tough to say, but it is definitely a possibility. We'll have to wait and see what the overall leaderboard does bring along with it. But for the time being, what we do have is the next zone that is presented up beautifully over the players there from Magic. Of course, Umbra are going to come rushing on through from that northwestern side, flying up into, well, partially job 6. As you can see, it's still being kind of in play. Master's now going to be looking to position themselves in the bowl here. AKM having a bit of a tough time at the back end there. 21st now getting sent back. The players there from Blackjack, of course, positioned over on the western side, but the north is strangely quite vacant. It is, of course, a very open field there, so it is going to be quite a challenging position to play. But the DROGONS now lasering in from all the way outside of the zone, looking to apply a bit of pressure onto Masters Esports.
Yeah, Masters going to have a lot of eyes looking their direction. And this would be a pretty good push to go for, but not an easy one to execute, unfortunately. So teams are maybe going to think about it twice before committing to the full play. As you said, North pretty free. Magic, because of their location, are making somewhat sure that no teams are going to attempt to breach the northern side. Recalcitrant is one of the few teams that will try and give it a fair shot. They're really close to Magic, actually. Let's see if they could go the entire distance. While Umbra and Masters just above the dirt road of one another. A few nades could spell disaster for the other team. But so far, it's going to be a little synergy between these two teams where they try and make sure that no teams get close to their location on the west. The moment no teams are trying to breach, that's may be the moment where the fight breaks out between the two teams. But right now, they have been out with one another, so better stay and keep on going.
Oh, I mean, there's still so much that can come from this, of course. Now, we also have the DROGONS getting bombarded as they've rotated up to join the players here from Blackjack over on the side. But Blackjack is lying in wait, picking up Elam after Elam. The DROGONS having a really tough time. It is now up to Sands and Matrix to try and keep it all together. Of course, coming in with a bit of a split approach here. Not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to get the jump in on Blackjack, but they are going to be trying as Sands now uses that opportunity to reposition back to his teammate. I think that was a very healthy call to make, but now, what are they going to do here? How will they strategize their way through this? Of course, Blackjack having nowhere really to rotate because there's no need. They are in zone. DROGONS, on the other hand, have to try and push on through. Up comes Zane, looking to close it out, and it is now down to Matrix. Try and play the last bit of survival, but unfortunately, Reverb steps up, picks up Elam, and with that, the DROGONS have to pack their bags. 9 teams now left in this lobby map.
It was just not meant to be for DROGONS, but AKM, their final player, stop, is spotted away by Reverb. Good to see Reverb have himself one big step up today throughout these games. Now 10 eliminations and counting. They have to push, they have to cross the road, which they've already getting close to that road position, which is huge. A big, actually a small portion of the eastern side is still in play, so that's big, but Ilias coming in with a car 98 and confirming that elimination in pure brutality. Oh, okay, he woke up this morning and chose violence, good to see. He still get eliminations. Team lag on their final player also on their last leg. Fantasy gonna have to push in, we'll see if it'll work out. But Masters now and Umbra, after they've defeated most teams over to the west, now the focus is going to be on one another. Good nade happening from the side. Ben is going to be able to get knocked out by Wasted. But still, it's not going to result in a full-on offensive push from Team Umbra. They're taking oh man, I can't speak anymore. The slow approach. Try and make sure they do not get in trouble. But Magic's on the other side, and that is going to be the tricky team to breach upon for Umbra.
Yeah, definitely is going to be a really difficult team, but also a team that find themselves in a bit of a tricky position is going to be Recalcitrant, as we can see Vex and Banana positioned all the way up in towards the north, having quite a bit of ground to try and cover to make it into zone securely. But of course, Umbra are going to be looking to sweep in from this western side. Things are looking pretty tough, however, though, for the side of Lag, as we only have Fantasy left to try and move on through. Of course, the players there from Masters are going to be adding to the level of difficulty, but Team Somalia still alive, still sitting with a full squad. Yes, they've got one Elam to their name, but they are going to be looking to capitalize on their angles here, and maybe we could see a few more heading up in their direction. Of course, Wasted will get picked up by FTs as the shots come through, beautifully executed.
I still feel bad that I called FT's feet on the first day. No, I will not do it again. FT's very good spray, connecting one to Umbra, though this is it, the full-on offensive play. Banana maybe making the play of the century. Well, I called it a little bit too soon. Banana is going to be taken out of the equation, knocked away. Still one player of Recalcitrant remaining. Shadow End in the background. That's one good name. A little bit too short. Still got to respect the attempt. Trying to maybe crawl his way closer to the dirt road, but wants to make sure he doesn't get spotted away. One molly comes out. He sees the rest coming in, but he's not going to go for the spray. Doesn't want to really give his location away, so he's better playing around utility. As that's it for Recalcitrant, spotted away, taken down by Magic. F-Nest gives himself a big portion of those eliminations going his way. Good to see. As Blackjack finally made the cross happen for one of their players, as he's trying to make sure the Magic cannot pose a real huge threat later on down the line.
Well, there's such a beautiful play coming in from the side of Blackjack here. Already 11 eliminations to their name. They have all 4 players up. They are also in a very interesting position here, but now the zone shifts all the way over towards the Masters. The players here finding themselves in a really good position. Shadowwind also just lurking in the shadows, holding on to the edge of that zone. So this is where we can see the players from Blackjack trying to prioritize the rotations, trying to get themselves set up in the zone without wasting too much time. Of course, now they're going to be potentially looking to go through either Team Somalia or the players here from Magic, positioned just over on towards their western side. Also, Reverb, Zane on the aggressive front, getting ready to make a bit of a push. The utilities getting sent out both ways. But Blackjack, if they execute this strategy well enough, we could see them making it all the way through to those late phases, and with that, FTs gets taken it right on down. Blackjack holding strong, quickly sending on to those wounds, and here we go, Harley trying to keep it together, but does get down. Sayed now is to be the last hopeful for the players of Magic. But fortunately, Syed has crept all the way up to alongside Shadowin. Oh!
Woo! This is the wake-up call, apparently, for the side of Blackjack. Good to see, but this was a very smart play for multiple reasons. One of those, instead of just pushing straight in the circle and having 3 teams spot you out, eliminate one of the teams and push from their location. Exactly what they've decided to pull off, pushing onto Magic. They still have some utility, trying to block out visibility away from Team Somalia, away from Masters, so they can try and push their way into the circle itself. It's going to be a 4v4 v3 right now to close this one off, with Masters having the 3-man disadvantage. But man, we want to see more eliminations on Team Somalia. They need it right now. They are a desperate team for points. It's on the back end. Oh, thought Zane might be able to get the spray done, but not going to do it. Reaver, what an aid! That's a double whammy right onto Masters. Only one remains, that's Bamboo. But the frags again stolen away by Somalia, and they need it. So I cannot argue with that one. They go for the push onto that position where they need it earlier. But right into the open loving arms of El Chapo as he gets a trade with the hands of Twix. Masters will have one, and he is waiting for his time to strike.
Well, that was such a beautiful play. Sneaky shot coming in there from the side of Team Somalia, picking up those much-needed elims. Not a lot on board just yet, but definitely putting in the effort, looking to push that even further. Of course, the players here from Blackjack, if they are able to secure that chicken, that would be a 30 bomber. But first, they had to get past the players coming in here from Team Somalia. But El Chapo now just trying to maybe pick up Bamboo, who we see hiding out in the tall grass. El Chapo, ooh, sense that nade that could have come through, but up comes MG to steal it. Oh, this is now down to 2 players for the side of Blackjack, 4 players still on the board for the side of Team Somalia, but Bamboo now getting, caught on fire, getting rushed. MG being set ablaze. Oh, and down goes Bamboo.
16 eliminations. They could get himself a 20 elimination bomb this game if they get every single one, if no one gets taken out by the blue. So we'll see, but man, Blackjack are on the brink of greatness right now. But it's a 2v4. The smokes are hiding the locations of all the players of Team Somalia, getting rid of the backpack because he knows DK. It's going to be one hell of a sneaky finish. If they could try and get themselves on the little bit of an off angle, that might be the deciding factor of this finish, but Team Somalia are finally trying to spread out their wings a little bit more, try and get as many angles as possible. Twix gets up, spotted out for a split second. He does get it, Lelouch, that's huge. Go on the move, he needs to move away, tries to flush it out. That's going to be elimination number 17. Gets down, tries to get up to win himself the fight, but he cannot get it. This pushes out. MG now surrounded by foes. 3, and actually 2 players left to take care of. He gets himself 1. Can they steal it away? But no, so close yet so far. Team Somalia will get the 3rd chicken dinner of the day they desperately needed.
That was a really well-deserved chicken coming in from Team Somalia. I mean, they stepped up, they held their own, they played the positions, they made sure that they made it up into those late phases. Yes, was a little bit of a cautious approach, but they made it in and they got some of those much-needed points. Now the question is, was that enough? You know, will they now need to do that again in the matches they have left for the day, or was that performance enough for us to see them potentially move up in towards a stronger position on that leaderboard? But I mean, I gotta give credit where it's due. We saw some beautiful gameplay coming in this Erangel. Of course, Team Somalia not disappointing whatsoever, and as we look onto the points, it is also looking pretty dang impressive right here.
I really thought DK we were going to get that 20 elimination bomb. Not today. We still have 2 more games coming after this one, so you never know. Could still be happening at the very end of this qualifier. But Blackjack Esports able to make themselves a big impression on this 3rd game of the day. In good fashion, 80 elimination, 12 placement points, 30 points total. A 30-point bomb at least has been dropped today, which is always good to see. But Somalia wanted to see a step up. Masters wanted to see a step up. Magic, we wanted to see a step up. So it seemed like some teams understand the dire situation they stand in. Even 21st Century gave himself 5 points. Sure, it's not going to be enough, but it is something more than what we've seen in the past. So a lot of teams definitely throwing everything that they have available in these last matches to hopefully make it barely into top 10. But for some of them, it might just be too late.
Yeah, it is quite unfortunate, but you know, you got to commend the efforts. The team's really stepping up and trying to bring in as much as they can. I mean, this was a great one on the board there for Team Somalia. However, you know, Unique bringing in 3, yes, they already have a good strong position on the leaderboard, but still, you know, like it's not really something to make too much of a fuss of, because as I said, they already have a position really well secured on that leaderboard. Is it going to be enough though? I'm not quite sure, because even the teams that are higher up on the leaderboard, they cannot back off. They cannot sit back and say, like, my spot is secured. Nothing is secured. The only position that we could arguably say is the position that Team Umbra currently finds themselves in.
Yeah. That actually makes me come up with a question right now that I find very interesting before we do head on to a break very soon. I'm thinking, for some of the top teams, mainly Team Umbra, this like the only team that's really, really safe coming into this, and some other teams hopefully will be safe after this next game that's going to be game number 4 of the day. Are we going to see some teams pick and choose which teams they want to fight up against in the PMPL Africa for the spring season? I'm thinking, if you're on a hot drop and you're Umbra and you're like, I see this team as a potential threat for later tournaments, drop them, eliminate them super early on. I mean, they show that they win these 4v4 fights super easily. So, I don't know, it's something to keep in mind, DK. We'll talk about it during this break, because there's a lot of things to keep in mind before going into this one. So we'll be back right after this break for our last Miramar game of the tournament. So be there, be square. We are just second, well, maybe not second, okay. We are pure minutes away now from reaching the finish line. Okay, that was an intro. Let's redo it. Well, just minutes away from reaching the finish line now for this PMPL Africa Qualifier before we know which are going to be our top 10 teams to make, and only 2 more games remain. Now, for some of these teams, this is going to be their very last one, DK, to have an influence on their points, and after that, it's going to be locked, and we'll have to see them in the lobby looking at the game, and they are going to be just biting their nails off, thinking, oh, please don't get enough points to overtake us, or otherwise things are going to get pretty scary. But man, I'm happy, I gotta say, DK. We're not seeing continuous domination from the top teams that we saw after day one, day two. A lot of the teams at the bottom are finally getting some good results. Is it too late, though? We'll see in these last 2 games because some teams have started rising up to the occasion, but I'm not sure they can get enough times in the right amount of enough points in the right amount of time to actually push themselves up in top 10. So I'm all mixed up on this intro, but yeah, basically, the tension's high.
Yes, yes, that is the long and short of it. And of course, speaking about high tensions, that will of course continue over on towards our overall rankings. We can see Team Umbra sitting quite comfortably right up in a pole position. They have not budged from that position, and I don't think they are going to get budged from that position anytime soon. But of course, they got one more match to go, and we see the players there from Blackjack also now bringing in a beautiful performance in this last match, stepping up in towards that second position, only 36 points away from Team Umbra. So that is quite the big jump, but that is the second team to be welcomed up into the century of points.
Yeah, good to see. There's a little bit of a description of the situation for everyone at home that are currently watching these overall rankings. If you see a team with 9 games played, that means they have 1 more to go, and if they have 8, they got 2 more to play. We're going to have 10 games played for almost every single team. So when you're looking at virtual gaming here, this is a team that I am stressing out for. They have 1 more game to play, and then they are done. They're currently serving as the limit, so they can't really afford a bad performance when they come back onto the battlefield, so it's going to be a little bit scary for them. Though down below, also only 1 game remaining for Masters Esports, AKM, Team Lag. Exodus could be a team with their 2 remaining games that could play spoilers. It's a very small point gap. They have 6 more points than they need, and they would catch up to virtual gaming, so if they have 2 average or 1 good or 2 good games, Exodus could be the team to just barely cross the finish line on the very, very last game that will be on Erangel. So Exodus could be a big, big thorn in the side of all of these teams on the second page.
Yeah, I would definitely be quite worried if I had that 9 next to my name, because particularly the players in Group B, this is their last match, right? Whatever they do not get accomplished in this match, that will be it. So, right? So it is going to be the players from AKM Esports, it's going to be Masters, it is going to be the players there from Seems, Outplayed, Lag, Team Unique, Virtual Gaming, and then of course Your Killer Is. So if Your Killer is wanting to move themselves away from the current position they are in, they're going to have to, I don't know, pray for a miracle to happen, and maybe play the most insane PUBG that they've played to date, right? They're really going to have to bring it.
The only 3 teams that have a chance of making it off of this third page, you got Magic, you got Recalcitrant, which they got still their games to play. And if they get themselves a 20-point game minimum, so you're expecting them to get themselves a chicken dinner or a second place with a lot of eliminations, there is a chance it could happen for them. Otherwise, we're also looking at RTG Esports that still has 2 games to play. They're currently in 17th, so just at the very top of that third page. Those are the only 3 teams that can make it. Otherwise, if you're looking at teams such as, I'm going to be focused on mainly DROGONS, 21st Century, Aphelion Apex, Your Killer Is. It's over, mates. I'm sorry. That is too many points you need to get on your last game. There are so many teams with 9 games played already right there. So, yeah, we're already getting to the point of the tournament where we got teams where, like, we know as a fact they are not going to be making it to the next stage, which is unfortunate. But hopefully they can take these last few games as experience. Or if they want to be real trolly and toxic, which, sometimes I've seen that happen, they just drop on teams that could barely qualify and be like, haha, we're taking you down with us. It happens, but it's not the best way to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of power that comes through from teams that know that they won't necessarily be able to make it, right? And
yeah,
as you said, they could either go the kind of trolley route, or just step up and take it like a beast. Step up, come in here, play the best game that they can play, and just try to make the most and finish off in style, because at the end of the day, they are still representing their team, they're still representing themselves. So I'd expect them to still perform with pride.
Exactly. I mean, I, I really hope that a lot of these teams don't take this the wrong way about having themselves a tough tournament here for the very first African PMPL qualifier. Use it as a learning experience, right? This is the, as we say many
Mm.
times, the first PMPL for the African region. There's going to be many more. There's going to be 2 a year. You have ample opportunities to step up, train, get yourself prepared, do scrims, do tournaments before heading into the full split PMPL for the African region. So it's going to be another one. Don't worry about it. Just don't yourself beat up. And hopefully, I hope that also we're not going to see too many disbands happen after this, because I didn't see too many after tournaments like this to qualify to a tournament. And it is very sad to see when teams build synergy for a long period of time and then they just throw it in a bin. Sometimes it's
Mm.
necessary, but I think for a lot of these teams, they showed some good moments of greatness. Just needs to be improved upon is the communication, the macro style, and especially how you take the fights. If they can do so, I'm sure they can go really, really far in the esports scene. Though, here you go, plane path coming in from Puerto Pariso over to La Cobreria, and it is a pretty northwestern phase 1 circle, so not too bad. A lot of good entry points down to the southern or the northeastern side, so if teams really want to make it in, that should not be too much of an issue. But I am seeing right now Masters and Exodus really, really close to one another, just making sure that there's not going to be encountering an early fight.
Yeah, yeah. Just trying to close that one up as they do start heading up in towards the northern side. But I'm interested to see those two positions down on that more southern end over towards Chumacera and of course Los Leones, where we can now see over in Chumacera we've got the players here from Virtual Gaming going up against potentially the players from MZR Esports Africa. So this is going to be an essential play for both teams. Ideally, I would just grab some loot and skedaddle out of there. But again, you don't know what mentality the teams are coming into this match with. Are they going to be looking to get, overly aggressive? Could that maybe be to a fault? We don't know. Hopefully, they still keep a cool head while making their way through the early phases of this match.
Calm and collected. That is the type of mentality you want to see from these teams. Hopefully that's the case. But you know that it's way easier said than done. I know that if I were them, I would have my fingers sweaty and shaking all the time, and I would miss pretty much 99% of my shots. So I cannot have the moral high ground upon these guys, because they are doing it they have it way harder than us, DK, that's for sure.
Mm.
But so far, otherwise, happy to see Exodus and Masters not really taking any shots, not really committing to an early engage. Good to see. Other than that, nothing of value should really be going down in this early phase, though when we are looking at this phase on circle once again that is northwest of the entirety of Miramar, I'm seeing some really valuable positions, especially the hilltop east of El Pozo. I would like to see one team go there. It could be next level, it could even be AKM or Raze if they really want to, but there are some opportunities on this phase 1 to get some ample scouting done, so I just hope teams aren't going to overlook it on this map, because scouting probably the most important thing on Miramar, hitting phase 1, 2, 3, 4 to make sure you know where teams are located.
Yeah, that is going to be crucial information to ascertain for teams to look to bring any success through into this match. And of course, if we look up onto Lashin here, we do have Skydo from Zero Tolerance just positioned over on towards that western side. That's quite an interesting play or amount of scouting coming through there, because if anything happens to Skydo down there, there's not a chance in the world that the rest of the team will be able to provide any form of assistance there. So yeah, a little bit of a ballsy play coming through there, but I'm hoping to see Skydo maybe just gather whatever information it is that he can get, and then look to maybe move back, depending, of course, on how the players there from the Super Young Stars are going to be moving about that kind of El Pozo position. But if we look up in towards Los Leones, this is where we now see the players from Your Killer Is, as well as the team there from RTG Esports. Both teams respecting the space, going through their business, grabbing their loot, and slowly starting to make their way in the direction of the zone.
Yeah, and as you said also at the start of the show, not the start of the show, at the start of this game, RTG still has 2 more games left. So they're currently in 17th position, so there's still a very clear opportunity for them to climb it in the 10th position. They're playing the 2 last games here, which is huge, compared to a lot of the teams, which that is not going to be the case. One of those, Your Killer is at the very bottom in 23rd right now with 9 games played, a total of 22 points, so want to be careful, because really at this point, Your Killer has nothing to lose, so it could be a hidden threat, because a lot of the teams, and we see that in so many tournaments, even in PMGC in the 2021 season, I have witnessed it where some teams knew they were not going to work out, and that's when they started popping off and eliminating some of the top teams like super easily, because they were just not thinking about it and they were having fun. So that is also a hidden mechanic of these tournaments that you want to be very wary of, and maybe not willing to take fights versus teams that could be an underdog given the situation. There's some teams finally on the move, one of those being RTG, also Team Unique moving above the side of Hacienda del Patron / San Martin. So yeah, things taking a slow pace. It is your Miramar, as we like to call it, was DK. It's the Miramar podcast time, where we just talk about nothing and everything at the same time to try and get past this first few minutes.
Yeah, and welcome to episode next. So I don't want to be any of those teams having played 9 games. Like you pointed out, for instance, the players coming in there from the side of Recalcitrant, they're sitting on 9 games played. Magic sitting on 9. Right, so whatever they're going to be bringing in their last match will have to be almost out of this world, right? They are about 20 points away from potentially making it up into a strong position, but are they going to try and pull that off? Even if we look onto the players here from Grind, as you said a little bit earlier, they are slowly sliding down that leaderboard, right? So they're going to be up in 7th place, but the difference between 7th and 10th place is 1 point. 1.
Yeah. It's 1 elimination. You know, when you play that game and you're like, I won't flush that player, and you get stolen away. Well, some teams might look back on those moments and think, wow, would have gone that 1 flush, would have waited a little bit longer before going to a push and get that extra placement point. We would have made it. So you don't want to come out of this qualifier with regrets. You want to take everything that comes your way with a steady hand, and hopefully that's going to be what's happening and the mindset for a lot of these teams coming into it. Though still this back and forth happening inside Chumacera, so MZR on the receiving end of those nades. But look at that, if you look on the minimap top right, there's sneaky player of MZR that is trying to get himself the off angle. There's only really 1 player on this hilltop for virtual gaming, that's Petrox, and you eliminate Petrox and you unlock everything for MZR, so yeah, keeps on moving. He's getting there. Albi, got to be careful your footsteps aren't heard. Now the shots are taken. He's not going to focus on the footsteps. That is huge. I don't know if that was intentional from the side of MZR, but okay, he heard the footsteps. Now he's ready. He's on the receiving end. 1 nade's going to get cooked up. He must have heard the pin, but there's backup here for virtual gaming, and now Albi finds himself stranded away. He has to go for the push. There's no option, and he does lose the fight. And that's it. MZR will lose the advantage. Now it's a 4v3.
Well, that could have been such an interesting play, but I do think that the players here from Virtual Gaming were kind of anticipating something like that. I do think that Tete positioned up on the high ground at the back end was just conveying a lot of information across to Petrox, and we also saw that quick rotation come in from Faluji as well, and that was definitely the turning point, which kind of turned that whole strategy that we saw come in, really kind of making it not work out in favor of the players for the side there of MZR. But this is where Faluji now needs to be careful, because if he explores a little bit too much, you could actually find out who his killer is, as it could be one of the players coming in from your killer is, as we do see the Zona also just continuing to kind of stay over on towards the western side, just centering up on itself quite comfortably. And this is the opportunity now for AKM to maybe look to get up, you know, to go up a little bit more to get onto a strong vantage point.
Yeah, the little hilltop, it's not even a hilltop, it's just a straight up mountain. Over to the west of their location could be valuable, but there's one thing that scares me in doing that is that you need to go into the car to actually climb up 90 degrees almost. Makes you very vulnerable to teams around you, and a lot of teams already on the move. If a team just has a slightest idea of a team pulling off that move, they're going to position, take the shots, and you're done. So it is not something I would do in the middle of phase 2. I'm not going to lie. I would do it like phase 1, when normally not too many teams are there, and remain there as long as possible. Then if you want to leave, get into the car, drop down, that's easy. But climbing up is a little bit of a tedious task. So I want to be careful when and how you do it. Though now this fight down south is going to be the extra time factor added to it because of the circle shift. But all of VGS, look at that surround. Really good. 2 players north, 2 players south. Looking at MZR into this position. But, they got spotted away. And that's going to be a third party. And, well, actually, no, it is a different fight. Oh my god, it was so smooth, the transition. I was like, wait a second, this is not Chumacera anymore. Where are we? There's your kill. It is. Season 1 to the hand of Raze.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Again, we also see a quite an overpowering position coming in from the side here of Raze. I mean, they've also just been stepping it up through the entirety of today here. You can see they came in with their mindsets kind of locked in place. They were like, you know, we want to get that. We want to be sure that we qualify. We want to have that locked in. And I mean, if they need to go through the side of Your Killer Is, that is exactly what they will do. I mean, Your Killer Is, they've been having a pretty tough time so far in the tournament, but again, I think it is a great learning opportunity because they now possess information they did not have before starting this event, right? Now they know what strategies work for them and which strategies don't.
It's a learning curve, and that's a curve that hopefully these teams are going to try and surf on, and if they can do it successfully, those are the teams that are going to go the furthest in PUBG Mobile Esports. So we'll see if they could try and keep on learning. Though Your Killer Is a lot of utility already popped. Not really fully necessary, I would say, because they're not really threatened unless they want to push, which seemed like one player wanted to push, but instant regret. AK goes back into hiding. Raze, 3 players up. King Gaming, not interested, knows like, why would we want to breach? It's just phase 2. We know that there's a very low chance of us actually surviving this fight as a 4-man crew, so not really worth it. Just keep the pressure down, allow King Gaming to hopefully escape from that deadly parking. And he actually makes it out. Oh my god, that took ages for him to just turn the car around. It was me trying to get my driver's license. I did get it first try, I don't know how, but as long as you make it out, that's fine. As Beast, oh no! A little bit of an overstep. Luckily, he's in a blank of smoke, so he should be able to get rezzed up by King Gaming, but I feel a little bit unnecessary to overcommit on that push.
Yeah, Wizard was a really good angle there, just looking to play that one. And of course, now we see AK also just stepping up into the window. So some really good coverage coming in from the side here of Your Killer Is. Definitely playing the compounds, the angles that they have. But now they got to look to try and maybe leverage that. I don't really see a way for them to do that as of just yet. But of course, players here from Raze Clan could now be looking to just reposition themselves. So we do have all these vehicles now getting mobilized, and they could now be prioritizing a position a little bit further away, as we do have that zone shifting up once again. We also did see in the kill feed that the players there from MZR got sent back, as we had Virtual Gaming descending down upon them. We were watching that fight a little bit back over in towards Chumacera. But again, not the most devastating news coming in for MZR, as they already had a 6th place coming into this match. So definitely one more game left for them before. Now we see the players here from Raze actually getting quite aggressive as they come rushing up and having to deal with the players here from the Super Young Stars. We have just a little bit further on towards that western side. Lashin again coming in with the bolties there, trying to pick off a quick headshot, but unfortunately not being able to find that angle 100%.
I want to see some Patsa headshot Bolte eventually in this event. Sooner rather than later. SYR, I'm not sure if they know this is potentially just a solo here, but he's trying to move out, get back into the smoke, but the smoke will not save you, my friend. That's it for him. No chance for him to get rezzed up. So Nate is there to try and confirming into the blanket of smoke once more. Even pushes out a little bit. You know what? It's fine. We want to make sure that the team decides to not push this entire position. Though the circle did shift, the high ground position is still available, and Masters Esports are somewhat pushing in that direction. Are they actually climbing the hilltop? That I am not sure. But they are at least on the lower side section for now, so we'll see if the idea is for them to climb it up eventually, because they could take some very huge pot shots against teams around them.
Yeah, definitely could be quite the position to be playing, but we see this trend now kind of coming through, as a lot of the teams who are on their last match are taking a little bit more of a passive approach. Of course, the players here coming in from the side of Raze, they still have 2 more to go, one after this match, and the players here from the Super Young Stars also still have 2 more to go. They're currently situated up in 3rd place, so there's not really much for them to be too worried about currently. However, I'm interested to see what the players from Virtual Gaming are going to be doing. They're sitting right there on that 10th position. They've already got those 4 elims that they got from the players of Zero Tolerance, or sorry, MZR. But now, are they going to be looking to just ride that southern position, or will we see them actually move up to the fights that we see currently happening on the screen, which is more up onto that almost center zone?
Yeah, I would like to see them push up a little further. There's some really good dips to fight from for VGS, especially on that lip of the hill that's over northeast of Monte Nuevo or west of Power Grid, or whichever you want.
Ooh.
Okay, this is a tricky one to deal with. Lucky enough, Masters were able to get himself over to that mountaintop just in the nick of time, so they're not going to be really threatened by any major team unless they lose every single individual gunfight, which I hope Masters not going to lose those. It would literally be the most craziest way to go down in a map of Miramar with this type of circle, but you never know. Only time will tell. It's RTG. This is not their last game. Still 2 more to go, but it would make things a lot easier for them if they could at least get their penultimate game with a good result. Trying to push through, force their way above the side of ZTS, but to no avail. That's one player knocked. RTG down to 3. Surprised they didn't try and do anything around the setup of Darawash. Darawa? Oh my god. Can you help me, please? Oh my. What is happening? I'm having an aneurysm, I swear. Darosha! There you go.
Darosha.
I do not know what happened there. You know what? But he's knocked. So
you had a DK moment.
That's what I'm going to call it by now. A DK moment. They'll see though. Yeah, Zero Tolerance Skills definitely not having a DK moment here. They're having a lot of success actually in this push. So the next knock onto Yaya. Turabil saw this player step up pretty significantly in this tournament. Really happy with this individual performance, though I would like to see more of a team performance in this event. Would be great. I'm surprised only 2 players really controlling this pacing of RTG. Surprised they're not able to put any more extra fight into it. But they're still at least in the circle in the northern side. So even if they do win it or they lose it, no matter which team comes out on top, they won't have to move too drastically. They're just leaving the fight because they know we don't have to take the fight right now. We can just gatekeep them. They're going to have to come our way eventually. Let's just set the fight up to later.
Yeah, and this is quite important for both RTG and Zero Tolerance because they are both not just yet secured for those slots, because we know RTG started in, down in 17th. They want to make a run for the money here. They want to try and extend their gameplay as long as they possibly can, but we do see, of course, those hits continuing to come on through. And I mean, a really interesting approach that we did see there when the map was open for a quick brief moment was that the players there from VGS actually are sneaking their way up on towards the zone. We did see Petrox now coming in with a quick elim there as well. So definitely VGS doing some fantastic things. 9 already to their name. And now the Masters are going to try and master the mountain. That is this beast they find themselves on. But of course, the players there from Exodus down below in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, not the easiest nades. They do look simple on paper, but it's mainly down to the timing. Otherwise, because of how you throw them, they're going to bounce a really big distance. So you want to make sure that that timing is on point. There you go, just not even half a second delay, and it just bounces meters away. So got to make sure you time those correctly. All of them put into the smoke. If the amount of smokes that was really good timing though. But if that amount of smoke didn't get knocked, you should know he's not going to be into that smoke anymore. So better to move your focus on something else, though. They actually were able to send a player up top, and I'm surprised that was not spotted away by Masters. Play absolute spoilers here. We'll see how things are going to pan out, though. Vortex, it's a tough one, but Zero Tolerance Skills having a little bit of a bully situation happening. They're getting absolutely wrecked by a lot of teams that are looking in their global vicinity. RTG now down to only Turabil. A circle, a 50-50 split on the road here, DK. This is definitely going to be a good way to close off here on Miramar.
Yeah, definitely going to be absolutely amazing to see. But I mean, I'm interested in that eastern side where we see AKM and the players from Grind looking to move on through. Unique also just holding on, just as kind of lurking in that position, not really doing much just yet, utilizing the terrain to their advantage. But I mean, look at the position from Petrox. I mean, we've seen so many elims come through at their hand of the players for the side there of Virtual Gaming, and they've just been going to town. Of course, the Masters are going to try and assist with that, but we do have a few nades now starting to make their way on in, as well as the teams continue to fight it out. It is going to be Grind looking to push on through Pyro. Now quickly trying to assist in bringing the numbers back up into fighting form. We have AKM now, however, on the opposite end, just ready to welcome them forward, getting quite a few knocks in their direction, not finding any of those elims, but using the opportunity while Grind is slightly distracted to now reposition and potentially try and rush back up into that zone.
Very, very similar play to what we saw earlier from Zero Tolerance Skills, where they're just like, yeah, it's not worth taking a fight now, let's just get into the circle and then gatekeep. But unfortunately, by trying to do so, you're going to get gatekept yourself, and that is definitely not what they were intending to get into. See, oh my god, yeah, see, they are on the receiving side of that push, but you know what? They are defending it like a bunch of champs. Yafoz, one of the top fraggers after 2 days of play, still here trying to defend the position for the GS. Hopefully in good fashion, as luckily enough, this is a godsend for all of the side of Grind, because they're just going to be able to wrap around the side and stay safe. But AKM, that is not the case for them, as they get eliminated in 11th by one awesome nade thrown away by their side, actually, by Next Level. That was a long nade, but you know what? Absolute bullseye to close it off.
Yeah, some really good utilities coming through here, but I mean, it's looking a little bit grim. Teams going out in positions that they don't necessarily want to be sent back in, but of course we are down to our final 10 teams in this particular match to still continue with the fighting, as we do see a few rotations now coming in. Unique now trying to make their way up on towards the northern side. Zero Tolerance right there to welcome them in, and we do hear this barrage of heads continuing a little bit further down below. The players there from Lag are going to be looking to capitalize on their position up towards the north, but the fighting is not going to be stopping, as the teams are yet to rotate into the next phase, waiting to see where that blue road is going to be going. But look at this Vortex now trying to pick up that knock on towards Phantom, and after that the next one should be Skirp, but Skirp just down below.
Skirp. We'll see if Phantom, though, yeah, takes a big L. Not going to be looking too good for Unique, but now it's a little bit more of a split towards the southern side of the road, so it could be looking amazing for Masters or SYR. We'll see how things are going to work out. One shot did indeed one-shot that door. Good job, good job, good job. Living up to the name. Love to see it. That Molly... What? Okay, it seemed like Mia was surrounded by a wall of fire. Not sure how that really worked out. Seems that played down to their last player, though. Is going to be trying to best engage he can, but you've got Modguang was being currently covered. Next Level trying to slow down the engage from VGS, but Ghost stands absolutely no chance. Virtual Gaming will get himself their 13th elimination. They were up to a 9 earlier, and yet they're still wrecking havoc here on Miramar. As though Grind also down to their final players. Mercury in a 1v3 versus Next Level could offer an opportunity for a third party on the other side for Virtual Gaming. There you go, the engage. Virtual not going to be looking to push it just yet, taking it slow, but here you go, that's the engage, and no chance for survival for Mercury as Grind falls short in 9th place.
I mean, we do really see some teams here not waiting for those opportunities to come. They go out eagerly looking for them, looking to grab them. So you can see one shot already sitting on 6 elims for the team. That is nearly half of the work done. But here we go now, the opportunities coming up once again. Skirp now quickly ducking back in between some hot cover, but does get picked up by 1-9. Lag, of course, now finding himself up on towards that eastern side rather. But 1-9 comes through with Steffel, all hit. Oh, it's pretty tough to defend him for the Masters. Looking to defend that southern side. Exodus getting sent back, and here we are, 6 teams now remain. It is going to be quite the uphill battle for a lot of these teams, as only the Masters and the Young Stars are positioned at the top of that hill.
Aussie is going to be able to get it. Super Young Stars able to get himself a chicken dinner on this map just about yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. Potential back-to-back is available. That's it, though, for Virtual Gaming as they take themselves out in phase 5. Teams still remain down to 4 now, as Masters up to 9 eliminations already. And what would easily call Decan? Tell me if I'm wrong. What would be their best game so far in the tournament? And you know what? Definitely in a moment where they need it, because it's been a little bit up and down from time to time. But here they get himself 11th place before this game. And this game alone should be able to push them up in top 10. But also, you have to keep in mind, this is their last game. A chicken dinner would be necessary to make sure after the last game of the day, they are somewhat safe in that top 10.
Yeah, because they are so close to it. They're currently sitting on 68 points. So this is looking quite fantastic for them. 9 elims alongside a minimum of at least 8 points secured. We know 4th place awards 8 points, but who will be the team to walk away with those 8 placement points? Will it be the players from Super Young Stars? Will it be Zero Tolerance? Will it be Lag? Will it be the Masters? We don't know, but everyone is going to try and not be that team. As we can see, Joker now quickly just ducking down, looking to play this one a little while longer. Of course, the players here from Super Young Stars still sitting on 3 hates, however, on the opposite end. Beast is going to be chilling there alongside the buggy, you know, riding it out as long as he possibly can, not moving into any open areas unnecessarily. But a really interesting position, however, coming in there from the side of Lag, as we have 1-9, the only player currently within the zone, just utilizing a little bit of the terrain here to try and stay pretty well hidden. But up comes the rush now. Super Young Stars looking to move on forward, and up comes the Hetzers. The Masters have been waiting for them.
Oh, they're actually able to win those gunfights down below. That's a huge win. Still a one-on-one trade, but the main issue is the res is indeed possible. The Frost kill, 8 spotted away. That's it, an extra elimination. 4th so far for Super Young roster. Super Young Stars keep saying Super Young roster because the other team, but they'll see if they can try and get themselves to win. Nice peek from above. Angelo gets one. Can he get himself the double? That will be absolutely huge. Chala, last wall, last obstacle to deal with if they can take full control of this high ground. He peeks around the side into the smoke, and Chala stands absolutely no chance whatsoever. Super Young Stars out in 3rd, 12 eliminations to the side of Masters. They are getting close to making sure they secure their golden tickets in to the PMPL Africa.
And then old Lag 1-9 just out there hotboxing this little tunnel. It's an interesting hiding spot, but what a play this has been so far by Masters Esports. I mean, you can see they came in with a goal at hand. So far, 12 eliminations, looking to make it 13. And with that, of course, pick up that chicken dinner. Will they succeed in doing that? We don't know just yet, but they stand a really good chance to pull it off. Up comes those mollies, getting sent out. Oh, 1-9, not out of it just yet.
Uh-oh, yeah, you're done. You're done. You're done. He's gone. And there you have it. It's going to be Masters. Not only their best game so far, it's their first chicken dinner in the event. And it was their last game. They had 9 games played for this one. This is their 10th, and they had 11th placement points before coming into this one. Oh, sorry, they were in 11th place before this one. So definitely the game that they needed. They knew that it was going to be now or never. It was down to the wire, and they actually are able to close it off in the best way imaginable for Masters. Amazing, amazing way to close off that one. Also, good game from the boys of Virtual Gaming, which, you know what, able to close it off with an absolute bang on that Miramar 2, which is always good to see from these guys. A lot of teams, you know, able to step up finally at the very end is really, really good thing to see, but especially for Masters, this is their redemption. Do we need to see? It was way too close for comfort, but now they can look at that last game and normally should be pretty chill looking at it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that at this point they feel pretty confident with their performance. And, well, we got to see what the performance of the other teams are as well. As we know, Masters coming in with a beautiful 28-pointer. Virtual Gaming wrapping up their 9th match. So they're not down for the count just yet, but they are. Oh, sorry, no, they are indeed. That was their last game. Yeah. Bringing in 18 points. Is it going to be enough to secure those slots? We won't know until the end of the next match. But yeah, this is looking pretty tough. Again, the top 5 slots coming in with those double digits. But now we add to that next level coming in with their 12 points over in 6th place.
Yeah, good to see at least get himself a few points for next level. Man, I cannot wait to see the other rankings. Not going to be updated after this one because we'll know exactly what we are working with entering game number 5 of the day, aka also game number 15 of the entirety of this tournament, or game number 10 for the teams. A lot of things you can call it, but it's the last match that's just around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, so you definitely do not want to miss it. Though, on to the second page of the match rankings. Some teams do we wanted to see potentially get themselves some good results, and one of those for me is RTG. They had 2 games. They had a lot more breathing space than other teams to play around it and made sure they could have a good performance here. Unfortunately, only 1 point. Luckily enough, still one more game, but that means it needs to be an absolute banger, very similar to what we saw from Masters. And not only that, I'm looking at Grind that we saw throughout the day, right, DK? They've been slipping slowly but surely outside of that top 10. Another poor result for the day. Grind Gaming might be, unfortunately, the team that on the last game gets kicked out of that top 10.
It could very well be the situation, but we have to, you know, have a look and see what the overall is looking like. As we know, as you said it as well, we had a few teams now wrapping up their matches. That was their last play, and I mean the next one, I'm going to feel quite nervous for the teams that just finished, because this is where they will have to hope that their performance in this last match was enough rather to secure them the position to potentially move on through. So I'm pretty sure there's a few teams that have accepted the fact that, you know, it is what it is. They are sitting in the position that they are in, and there's not much else they can do about that. But, you know, still looking to see the plays continue.
It is what it is. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost time for us to jump into our final game of this PMPL Africa Qualifier for the 2022 spring season. Do not go anywhere. The action is an all-time high. You don't want to miss it right after this break. And it all comes down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 days of play have been going down, 15 games played total after this one to have our top 10 teams make it to the next stage for the very first PMPL Africa for the 2022 spring season. My name is Max, man. Join with DK to bring you the very, very last game of this qualifier for this season. And man, it's been a great adventure so far. A lot of ups and a lot of downs for some of these teams. But at the end of the day, it is going to be down to this one to see which will be the top 10 teams. And a lot of them are trying to cross the finish line at the very, very last second, which is a task in itself, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but also the teams at the top might try and play spoilers for some of these guys.
It's been an absolute wild ride. I mean, the teams have been giving it their all, bringing in their strategies, bringing in their performances. And, that has, of course, all resulted in our overall rankings where we currently see the teams and, everyone with the 9 next to their name. This is it. This is the last match, the final shuffle to show us what they've got and where they're going to be placing on the overall rankings.
I'm surprised we have so many teams. There's 9 matches played only. They're still up here. The top 3 is purely made out of teams that have only played 3 games. Not 3 games. That would be a little bit too insane. 9 games total here, DK. So definitely a very interesting prospect. Masters Esports and Virtual Gaming, despite them only having, despite them having played every single game that they've done so far in the event, they are not going to budge around too much. They should be relatively safe. Even the likes of potentially Team Unique might be okay. So, though you've got to keep in mind, because of the lot of teams that still having one game to play at the top, that's going to be a little bit of a sponge effect. But here you go, the second page, the best page for a reason is because this is where you see your bread and butter going to this final game. And so far, Ray's clan are going to be serving as that limit. They still need to play the next game, but Team Lag might just be on the brink of death here and getting pushed out of that 9th place right after this game.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, it must be, it should be quite nerve-wracking to be sitting on this page, right? Because you are so close, you can almost taste it, you can almost feel it, but it's just there. It's just ahead of you. And I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but of course, it still could change for MZR, for Grind. It still could be brought in for Exodus and the players there from Team Somalia. But now, as we have a look at the points sitting on the final page, right, it could also still very well, maybe, big maybe be on the board for either Magic, Recalcitrant, or RTG, because they have still their final opportunity. And I mean, there's only a 30-point difference from where Magic currently is to that 9th place, and 27 points to get up onto 10th. That is, of course, to be on par with where Raze currently is. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in on this match.
I mean, the future's full of uncertainties, and uncertainties are very present for all of the teams that currently are not making it into that top 10. Though we got some teams, of course, looking at this that we know as a fact are not be going into the next stage. Some of those are going to be Your Killer Is, already played every single game. Seems Outplayed, which is, I mean, very unfortunate. It seems like they went back to the day one performances, so they are out in 15th place currently with 10 games played, so they are not going to be making it in the first African PMPL. Same for AKM Esports, a team that had a lot of hype build around them, and I did enjoy some of their performances. I think they're a team that was able to make up for some of their poor results on their first few games really well, but there you go. So far, 3 teams are 100% sure to not make it in, even though technically it's a little bit more than that, but we'll just say that for the time being. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to see which will be our 10 teams making it to the very first ever created before PMPL for the African region, and it's right after this game. Back to the grassy pastures for the very last time in this qualifier. And man, as we said already, DK, it's been an absolute great adventure. Would love to have James Banks here to live it with us, but we'll have to see how these teams live up to the occasion for this final time.
Yeah, I gotta say I miss Banks. It's I missed the guy, but hey, you know what? It's fine. I've got a Max here as well, so it's all good. It's all good.
A Max.
But yeah, I've got the Max.
More than enough.
The Max. There we go.
Oh, okay.
I just misspelled it. It was just a misspelling. My bad.
If Banks was here, just sorry to jump in. You know, if Banks was here, he would have made that button for the for banana, and he would just spam it all the time. Just saying, there you go. That's my point.
Yeah, if I get one of those, I'll call it Banks.
I like
one of those. If I get a button, I'll call it my Banks button. But yeah, it's gonna be a very, very interesting play right here on Erangel. I mean, the flight path, nothing exceptional, nothing out of the ordinary. a very comfortable kind of flight path to get it started, right? But
Yeah.
now the question kind of comes in is like, what is this first phase going to do? Is it going to be very similar to the flight path in its approach, or is it going to be something completely different?
Very Eastern. We haven't seen an insane amount of these in the tournament. A lot of them have been West, especially for today. So a little bit of change of pace for some of these teams going over to the East this time around. But before we do get into the nitty-gritty of this game, I do want to highlight some of the team names that we should especially be looking at for this final game and see if they can have a good result or if they're going to unfortunately go out and fizzle out of this game too fast to try and get enough points. So some of these team names we're going to be looking at, of course, are going to be Magic, Recalcitrant Team, RTG Esports, Team Somalia, and of course, off the top, you're going to have Exodus, Grind Gaming, MZR, Esports Africa, Race Clan. Those are going to be the teams that are yet to fight to hopefully push themselves up in that top 10 position. Except for Raze, they're already in that top 10 position, but they currently serve as that goal. So they want to try and potentially increase their point average a little bit to try and overtake the likes of Team Lag and Unique that already played every single one of their matches. So there you go. A few teams that we got to be very careful and follow going into this one to see if hopefully they can get themselves some good results to close off the entirety of not only the day, but the entirety of this PMPL Africa Qualifier. So here we go. Not too many hot drops. I'm only seeing FTS a little bit too far, apparently. And, oh, no, actually, not even FTS. It's just one player of Raze that's just here, lost in a narrow lands of Erangel. But I don't think they know he's there just yet, so he might be able to make it away just fine. Oh, maybe not.
Ooh.
Okay. Marley. Okay, going for some wide sprays here, but don't think he's going to find a cast board in due time, and that's unfortunate. And you know what's also unfortunate? Magic need points, so they're not going to let this one fly by. They're going to get everything they can. Taking some shots through Tarake. Oh, he jumps out with the M16. Not the best weapon. He still gets a knock, but without the backup of your team, it's not going to go a long way. And once again, this is the team that's currently serving as that goal. Then 10th position here, DK. And losing one player already, this is a very dire position to be in for them.
Yeah, definitely is. And I mean, a good play coming through from the side of Magic, but for that exact reason we saw just now, that is why I don't like the M16. That burst mode, oh, for me, that is just a lobby mode instantly right then and there. But I mean, well played either way for the side there of Magic, making a little bit of magic happen there, picking up those points. And now we look to see whether or not they can pick up even more of those. But I'm definitely, for this last match, also going to be looking at the DROGONS, 21st Century and Aphelion Apex. I want to see them play PUBG, right? I want to see them still show that they are contenders. They want to show their presence, make themselves visible, you know, heard, light up the kill feed, all those lovely things. Bring it in and, you know, finish on a respectable note.
Yeah, I mean, playing some PUBG, I think that's what we're hoping every single team to do here. But yeah, closed off with a bang, show the teams that you're not here by pure mistakes and random pure luck. You want to show that you're here for a reason because you can dominate. You're part of the best 24 teams in the African region. So that's a statement you want to make here this time around. And I guess you would say 34 teams because you still have the 10 teams that by default already qualified in PMPL. So I would say top 34 teams. That would be a potential better statement. Yeah, Team Somalia also moving about. Pretty central in the circle though, so don't really have to move around too much. But MZR pushing in, trying to get some info. MZR currently also in 11th position. They need every single point they might get. Same for Team Somalia. They are not looking too amazing in their position in 16th with 60 points. So these two teams fighting it out. If one team loses players early on, that will be a potential death call. So yeah, teams need to take it slow. Why we are seeing Twix move away so instantly, because he knows how valuable his life is. So don't want to go down this early. That would be an absolute throw and a half.
Yeah, and of course, MZR Esports also going to be looking to bring in a few of those points on the board. I mean, they are so close, only a few points away. Currently sitting up in 11th place, so I understand the show of aggression coming in from them, really jumping at every and any opportunity that could potentially be coming their way. But I got to give it to Team Somalia there as well. I mean, that was a quick reaction coming in from the side of Twix, and Sabir coming in with some nice suppressive fire, just looking to kind of distract the players, you know, to give that opportunity so that Twix can actually get the escape. So good play coming through, but now they need to continue with the efforts, continue that momentum, keep on pushing forward. And we do already see quite a few teams starting to move on through over in towards the zone itself. I mean, Umbra being one of those teams just rotating out of that kind of Rozhok school region. But they are coming up alongside potentially the players there from RTG. So that's not a spot you want to find yourself in, particularly if you're RTG. If you know that Team Umbra is anywhere in the vicinity, just point your vehicle to the east and maybe just keep going a little bit further.
Just zoom that way. You definitely don't want to take a fight versus Team Umbra, especially because we know as a fact that that's their dropping location. Nothing's changed so far for Umbra. Surprised, and I don't know if I would say disappointed, but probably a little bit that they didn't go for hot drop to try and ruin the day of some of these teams, but that's just me being hella toxic, as you guys probably know by now, so nope, toxicity is not going to be going down this time around. Though some teams that I would still like to see move and start rotating is going to be next level in 21st Century. You wanted to see 21st Century closed off with a good game, so hopefully that'll be the case, but they have yet to start rotating away from Sanhok Island. Just want to be careful how they execute that one, because next level being in the lobby, we could have a little bit of a clash if the timing is very unfortunate for these two squads, so we'll see. Next level looking pretty good so far in the tournament. They're in 7th place with one more game to play as they are currently in this game, so obviously, Maxman, thanks so much. Wow, spelling out the obvious. But with that, what I would say here, DK, a very small chance of them actually getting kicked out unless they get a 0-pointer. Then there's a chance, there's an opportunity for them to be overtaken by a few teams in this lobby, but other than that, if the stars actually align, I think the next level should be okay, even if they just get an average game.
Yeah, they should, but at least looking for, I won't necessarily say double-digit points, but close to that, you know? At least more than a bubble. That's definitely what they'd want to have on the board. Nah.
You can't get negative
Let's
numbers.
not get too deep. Well, not in PUBG, per se. It depends on the situation, but either way, right? Let's not get too technical just yet. But yeah, like one of the teams that I'd really like to see bring in a strong performance in this final match would be the team there from Recalcitrant, right? Not only because I enjoy saying the name and yelling banana, but they've also been showing some really good potential, right? I want to see it kind of come together for them, and you know, it'd be great to see a team with potential like that, you know, potentially making it through up into those later stages, up into the PMPL itself. But I mean, like, so yes, I'm singling out a particular team because I was looking at them on the map, but I gotta say though, we've been seeing some really interesting performances and quite a few moments of glory coming in for a lot of these teams we have here. And I mean, this is not anything to take lightly. As you said before, these teams are the best 34 teams in our region.
Yeah, exactly, and that is nothing to be sniffed at. You know, if I was still going to school right now, I would probably flex it and at school at my mates and be like, "Hey, look at me, I'm part of the elite," and they're like, "Wait, what's PUBG Mobile?" And they're like, "Okay, well, I'm not talking to you anymore." And that is how you decide who your friends are meant to be. If they don't know PUBG Mobile, sorry, better cut them off, delete them from Facebook. You'll be good to go. 21st Century and next level yet to make their rotation happen. I said it will be down to timing, and the timing is not too good. They are pretty close to one another, but 21st Century have all of their team already crossing on the bridge itself. So a potential gatekeep could be happening next level. Or looking at this, maybe going to think twice of actually committing to crossing that bridge. If I were them, I would go back into Nova, pick up that boat, and cross over to Mill to Power or Lipovka, because you've seen it's so much water still in play on this phase 2 shift. Why take the risk? There's literally no reason to do so. 21st Century saw them behind, so they want to get those eliminations because they're in like one of the worst situations so far in the top in our top team. So we'll see if they want to try and play catch up, but of course they want to bridge camp it. There's no reason for them to not do so. Next levels. I said it. You can't afford to take a 0-pointer here. I hate this so much.
I mean, this could be golden for 21st, and they missed that opportunity on Unknown as he just manages to sneakily rotate by on the edge. But I mean, I don't see 21st gaining enough points in this particular match, but they can still play quite an impactful role here because, as we said before, they are one of those deciding teams that are in a position in which they can decide who else will be moving through to the next phase, and whether or not team next level here will be able to secure any of those elimination points to ensure that they have their slot locked in.
I was about to say I wanted to see Andrex and Nero comeback. Because I was very scared that 2-2 split was not going to work out for them. I didn't even know why they committed to it in the first place. But here we go, getting back into it. Both teams are going to be taking technically a 2v2, but Gaddafi and Ala are going to be able to assist their two other teammates from a distance, stopping the initial peak from 21st. Oh, that nade looked so good from next level. They're just raining absolute hell upon 21st Century, taking tick damage after tick damage, but still staying relatively healthy. That's some more utility. Saar peeking around the corner, but the two other players, Grey, not going to be able to join up for 21st Century. We need to see some rotations. We need to see them try and join up as a crew. They are going to try and cross, get back as a four-man, which is what you love to see, but Nero being left behind. Want to make sure he doesn't get knocked as he tries to cross that road potentially later on.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a hair-raising play coming through here. I mean, 21st, good position. Yes, 100% agree with you on that one. And now this is all up to next level. Next level now trying to push themselves forward, trying to get a bit of a breach onto the side here of 21st. But fortunately for both teams here, there's not another team coming into that third party, but loving the teamwork coming through here from next level as they move up as a unit, dealing with 21st one by one. And that is a good strategy to assist in getting them at least through this phase, moving into the next potential rotation. But 21st still going to be a holding strong, going to be those gatekeepers, not letting next level come in all that easily just yet. But we also did see in the kill feed that the players there from Recalcitrant got sent back at the hand of the DROGONS. So I want to commend the DROGONS for still keeping up the gameplay. They are not, you know, letting anything slide. They're keeping the pressure high, and that is what we love to see.
Love to see, indeed. The circle was also pretty good for the fight of next level versus 21st Century. There was no sense of urgency, technically, but of course, this is not a fight you want to hold on to for the longest period of time. Next level got one elimination, and now they can start to move into the circle now that they know they have that man advantage into Milta itself. Intrigued to see what exact position they're going to aim towards in Milta, but that's a question for another day. We'll see as DROGONS now having one player spotted out and instantly knocked away. We'll look at the elimination feed, who were the one to actually pick it up, but I think it was Aphelion Apex there for a second. Yeah, pretty damn sure it was Aphelion Apex. Yeah, teams trying to move in. A few teams still a little bit slow. Zero tolerance skills. We've got a few players of Grind Gaming, should I say? Sorry. And SYR rotating in from the more prison mansion position. But here you go, SYR taking the engage onto Grind. Grind, luckily enough, able to pick up enough speed to make it out of the grasp of SYR. Zero tolerance skills doing a very similar rotation, but there's a very small chance of super young rosters, super young star. I keep doing it. I don't like how it's super young, it's SYR, but could have called it SYS. It's your fault. It's not my fault. It's your. Okay, it is my fault, but I just want to blame someone. So
maybe they don't want to sound sus.
That would explain a lot. You know what? Don't want to be sus. Don't be sus. Don't do that. Oh, pretty sus angle though coming out from Sully. Vortex not going to suffer any damage, but you know what? It's a good attempt, and I believe that car is now blocked. One car lost for unfortunate reasons on the side of Grind Gaming, which that's a big feels bad, man.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but it is going to be, you know, what it is. And of course, this eastern side does see quite a few teams still looking to make a bit of a stand here, but we did see some interesting rotations coming through as well. Team Somalia actually pushing up right alongside the DROGONS. And now, zero tolerance, trying to figure out whether they should try and play this ridge line, or are they going to try and just grind it out. We know that they already have a slot further up, sitting up in that 6th place, but this can be absolutely essential for the team of Grind if they are looking to make a run for one of those top 10 positions. Will they be able to pull it off, though? So far, a little bit of a spread out engagement. It is good for their health bars, but City now feeling the pressure come through as Skydo comes in with a beautiful off-angle play. Of course, that blue zone is going to be catching up with Hate and a few of those zero tolerance players, but Grind still looking pretty decent here.
Oh, perfect nade from Sully. He even puts Lord down solo, and he's in a blue zone. You can't escape it. The blue zone will do the rest of the work for Grind Gaming. Now to maybe confirm those, because they know they want to try and get as many eliminations as possible to close that game off, because Grind Gaming are in 12th every single point. We know it as a fact is going to count. They were 5 points away before this game, away from 10th place held by Rays. So already one elimination, potentially even looking for the second there that might get confirmed. She wasn't quite able to get, because the blue zone did get the final tick of damage to get the knock. So Unfortunately, slipped right through their fingers. Hopefully, that's not going to cause them to get kicked out of the top 10 by a single elimination. That would be the worst, I think, DK, to say for sure. Because he did most of the work for sure, though. Hainsley, the buggy, pushing forward to zero tolerance skills, but got a little bit of a temporary stop location where they can scout and think if they want to commit to the fight or if they want to go another way to get in circle.
Yeah. And it's going to be a pretty tough call, though, as we can see teams now still continuing to kind of just filter their way up in towards Malta. Blackjack are going to be trying to close it out. Next level, positioned up ahead, unknown. Oh, tries to face the unknown, but fortunately does take a little bit of damage. Is, of course, still in a position where he can continue fighting, but they are sending an absolute barrage of utility onto the side of Blackjack. Look at that. Reverb is down. MG, I believe, also down with that. Ooh. All right, that wasn't here. I thought that was one of the Blackjack players getting picked up.
I do not know if you saw that. Blackjack actually naded themselves. One of the player naded one of his teammates, which is a feels bad man situation. But does it really matter? Not really. Blackjack, they're in third. They're safe compared to the side of the next level, which need a few points to be a lot safer and to say that they are going to make it into the first PMPL Africa event. So definitely a lot more pressure on the side of the next level as Blackjack able to heal up from their wounds. MG, Reaver back, ready to go. 75% HP and healing slowly up with those boosters. So things are going to get tight. But you can see normally, I think we would see a lot more gunfights by now. But I feel the tension, I feel the pressure in this lobby by how slow things are going at this stage. Because teams know how important this is for them to make in the first PMPL Africa event. So the tension's high and you can definitely feel it. You can cut it down with a knife.
Yeah, definitely is. And I mean, you can see the focus, you can see the concentration. The players looking to play this one as calculated as they possibly can. But even the side of Umbra, you know, they're not going on a full-on bulldoze mission. They still just kind of respecting their positions, trying to play those angles. We can see Morteza now taking a few hits there as Twix slowly taps away with the AK. Of course, Wasted and Shadowin still holding on to the compound, but this is a relatively difficult play now coming in for the side here of Raze as they find themselves in between Umbra and Team Somalia with this blue zone closing up. I'm hoping that it moves into a direction where there could be a potential rotation to come from that, but I'm not 100% convinced that that is what we're going to be getting.
Yeah, I don't think so. We'll see, of course, where the next circle's going to go, and we'll see if that's going to be maybe come into fruition. 21st century, finally able to move away from the Eastern Bridge. For himself a little bit more free real estate inside of Milta itself, though. The next circle is going to be very dependent. It could go to a field, it could go to a road position, and okay, I didn't have time to even elaborate on which positions it could go, but it's going to go right on top of the road. It's about a 50-50 split, and Umbra are given a great opportunity to close it off with a bang and to make a statement going into the African PMPL that they are a team that is not messing around and they are gunning for that first place in the event. So good to see, and we'll see, of course, in due time if they can make full usage of such a good position.
Yeah, of course, we did also now see the players there from Grind Gaming getting sent back. Oh, look at the spot coming through onto Zane. Down he goes. Unknown, not even going to let that res even potentially come through. As that is a really aggressive play coming through from next level. But it is going to still be quite the challenge for teams to rotate all the way back up into safety. The DROGONS now having to pack their bags. The fate has been sealed, but here we go, next level. Looking to just hang back a little while longer, looking to see what the players here from Blackjack are going to be doing. Of course, SYR come rushing forward. The heads come in. It is down to Charla now to keep it together. Up comes the nade. It's so close. Raised almost finding it, and with that, they do indeed.
Absolutely horrendous finish for Stupid Young Stars. Just got absolutely obliterated by the rest of the lobby, but just like Blackjack, they went second, so they're fine. Just cool to see if they could have finished with a good performance. Blackjack. Still holding on. Down to 3 though. Next level again. Spray after spray. Already up to 4 eliminations. You said, what was it? A double-digit game? And they'll be good. They're getting close. They're getting really, really close. Plus that extra placement point from that 10th place minimum. They are definitely looking like they are going to be safe making it in the top 10. But better safe than sorry. Try and get as many as you can to make sure that top 10 is not going to slip right through your fingers.
Oh, come on. Up comes the fight. Aphelion and Team Somalia are now fighting for control of the compound here. Oh, Yash holding down below. Arrow now getting ready to move up. Oh, there we go. The hits come in. Arrow looking to push. Oh,
Wow.
Down he goes. Team Somalia picking up a few more elims. They're now sitting on 9. They are in the running, coming through still. They still have a chance, still have an opportunity to push all the way through. Will they be able to pull it off, though? We don't know just yet. We'll have to wait and see. But, of course, next level going to be looking to assert their dominance now over on towards the eastern side as Blackjack come rushing forward.
Look at that synergy from Next Level. 2 players pushing, going from the same target. You love to see, and they do it once more. Next Level absolutely wrecking havoc on the 3rd place team. Love to see it go down. Next Level still got to focus on moving in. MG right behind that. Kesso Car, I'm going to call it. Car explodes with a little bit more kick damage than onto MG. He's trying to defend it. Can he defend this position? Solo versus the entirety on Next Level. The spray is huge. Almost gets it done. But Next Level say, no, no, no. You're not going any further than this. Jack Esports are going to be taking the L out in 9th position. 8 teams now still remain, and a lot of teams still have a chance to make in top 10, so pressure is building up for a lot of these squads.
Yeah, definitely. The players there from MZR, we can see on the far side, are having to do quite a bit of work to reposition themselves back up into zone, but Magic also still chasing down one of those top 10 positions. They do, however, find themselves coming in alongside the team of Umbra. Oh, there we go. Fatigued, finding a quick, nice, cheeky hit with that DP28 on towards PRZ. But now, will they get the jump in on Shadowin and waste it? Because we've seen Team Umbra just dominate almost all the lobbies they play in.
Oh, this is huge. Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely insane. 1-2, going for the 3rd potentially. Puts him low. Switch weapon over to the M4, and boom, that's a triple for Wasted. The 3K connects. And now over to the first person. He knows the player got inside the building. He wants to clear. He wants the 4-piece on this solo fight. I mean, not quite solo, but close enough. So he's there. Wasted's going to eat right through. And 4 eliminations for Wasted. Showing once again why Team Umbra are first in the leaderboards. There is no stopping for Umbra in this event.
Wow, a very, very aggressive play coming in from Umbra once more. But Magic, they tried. Unfortunately, the positions didn't work out. Up comes Exodus now, looking to advance themselves a little bit closer to that zone. 2 players remain. It's going to be Joker and Kunai to try and keep it all together. Just narrowly making it up in towards the zone, but they are super exposed. RTG up the hill behind them. Will this be the play now for RTG to rake in even more of that? I mean, this is nerve-wracking, Max.
And it's even worse for Exodus. They are down to their final player, Kunai. We'll see if they're as OP as a Naruto right now, because otherwise things are going to get real tricky for them to hold on. And we're at the start of this game in 14th position. They needed so many more points to make it top 10, and I just don't think it's going to make the cut. Cortez inside the car. A few shots trying to get a surprise back onto Ray's clan. The team just serving as the limit as they are out. Umbra are just cleaning the western side clean. Of course, the clean hits is going to be clean. That's what it means. But Umbra are just wrecking absolute havoc in the entirety of this lobby, and no one can stop them. The hype train shows no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, some pretty aggressive pushes coming through. Already 14 elims. I mean, look at that. El Chapo looking to pick up a few more. So Team Somalia not down and out just yet. They are going to continue to keep fighting. They still have the full squad up. They have the control in the compound, but up comes the hit now as Umbra focuses down on towards RTG. And this is absolutely devastating. They are crushing hopes and dreams all over the place. And whoa, that is a pretty crazy play, though.
Forget our elimination record so far in this qualifier is 18. Team like might be able to beat it out if they win our next few engages. Wasted gets another knock onto next level. That's out of the game. Maybe looking for their 17th. Though Wasted was knocked in counterpart, so things are going to slow down. And there you go, 18. They are tied for most eliminations so far in the tournament. But Exodus still there. And maybe as a solo player, Exodus might be able to get it away. Kunai, stem prone, while also Team Somalia, 16th place before this game, need themselves a chicken dinner. Not minimum, but it would help to make sure that they actually crawl their way into top 10. Umbra, first place versus 2 teams trying to make their way into the top 10 position. This is a tough one, but you need to take down the leader of the lobby to make sure you make it into PMPL Africa Spring 2022.
Pressure's going to be on. I mean,
Ooh.
Somalia, they are having to aim for at least a second place and maybe one or two more elims if they want
Perfect.
any chance. But with that, Twix starts it off, gets the ball rolling, picks up the first knock right on towards Shadow, and Morteza now getting downed as well. All right,
Gosh.
calm down. Team Somalia still in it. They could very well get the necessary points required, but Kunai could be a thorn in the side here for Team Umbra if they're not too careful.
Seem like this game is not going to be the one where the elimination record is going to be secured. Somalia still up as a 4-man with 7 eliminations so far. Could be looking for double-digit elimination count. Would be absolute perfection. You could not make it any better. A script wouldn't have made this last game any better. DK, absolute insanity. The nades are looking good. A little bit too long. PRZ will only suffer a small amount of tick damage of those. But you still have smokes without those. This is almost an impossible cross. Suffers damage down to 50%. Waste picked away. And that's it. Umbra eliminated in third. And only 2 teams remain. Somalia closed it off in absolute epic fashion. But wait. Kunai closes the gap even closer and closer. The circle is hunting him away. It's still 1v4. It seems so unlikely. But Team Somalia put it out of nowhere to make sure they can hopefully secure their spot in the top 10.
Oh, this is like, okay, so Somalia, they might very well have secured a spot, right? We don't know just
so.
yet, but it looks like they could have, right? I want to say there's a high possibility, but I don't want to bank on it just yet, right?
Let's not spoil it.
But looking, yeah, all right, and then Exodus. That's going to be 12 placement and how many elims? Oh!
That's it. Team Somalia able to get himself the final chicken dinner here for the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring, and in dominant fashion, still having 4 players alive until the very, very final moment with a double-digit elimination count. You love to see it because, like I said, they were in 15th position before this game with 64 60, where are they? 60 points, just exactly 60 points. So, absolute perfection. We'll see if the over rankings are going to be updated because we know, especially with some of the teams that were serving as that goal, such as Wraith Clan, MZR, Grind Gaming having some interesting results this game, things are going to move pretty drastically. So we're going to have to see how many points are truly taken home by these teams when we look at the match rankings. But man, you couldn't write it any better. 2 teams trying to qualify versus the first place team of Team Umbra, trying to take down the toughest competition in this event so far. And they did it really well. Umbra, sure, it was a tough circle shift, but Somalia held it down to a T.
Well, yeah, we're going to be looking to see first up who our winner is, and then we're going to be looking to see what the other results are. So, Max, do us the honors.
Congratulations to the one and only Team Umbra for making it in the first place of the tournament. Of course, it was an absolutely dominating performance since day one. Gave himself the first 2 chicken dinners in the event, back-to-back on their games played. And a team that has been getting experience after experience playing in a multitude of different events. They play himself PMPL Western Europe in the German region for some time. Also, even in PEC, they know the meta around the world through and through. And this is what allowed them to dominate in this African qualifier. So congratulations to Team Umbra, able to pull through. But now, the question stands, Team Umbra looking absolutely insane from start to finish. Can they dominate in a similar fashion going into PMPL Africa itself? We've got some monster teams over there. It's not going to be as easy, but Team Umbra also looking like a monster themselves.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see all 20 teams meeting each other on that battlefield. As we saw a pretty impressive performance coming in from Team Umbra, but of course, we know who is lying in wait. We know who they are stepping up to meet on the battlefield, and I don't think it's going to be an easy game or easy play whatsoever. I do think Team Umbra is definitely going to be put to the test because we have some heavy hitters lying right there already qualifying through. So yeah, I think once we get into the actual PMPL itself, it is going to be quite the entertaining play to see as all these teams stepping up, fighting it out against each other, and of course, we still to find out who the other 9 teams are that are going to be joining Team Umbra over in the PMPL Africa Season 1, and well, without much further ado, we are going to be getting straight up into those points. So let's see who it is. Of course, we're starting it off with the match rankings, right? So we're building up the tension. Team Umbra, 28 pointer, no surprise.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make some quick math happen. So you guys in the chat, show me how good you're in math. Hopefully a little bit better than me. That would be a big improvement, at least. Well, not much to beat, at least, if you're trying to compare with me in math skills. But yeah, Umbra not quite able to beat the elimination record in this tournament. They got real close, but not quite there. But at least they tied with it this time around. So looking absolute dapper in this finishing one. 28 points in that game. Team Somalia with the chicken dinner double-digit elimination count, which is something to be said. Team Somalia, they got to get himself at least a top 3 finish. They even went further and beyond, get himself the chicken dinner and 10 eliminations. So we said they should normally qualify with this. I'm going to say I'm 90% confident that they made it, but if they haven't made it, they're not going to qualify by like 1, 2, 3 points tops. So it's a stressful moment for Team Somalia. Intrigued to see what the overall rankings are going to be looking for, but next level in particular, also, they need to get themselves some good results to make sure they were safe. 15 points, they are definitely making it in the top 10.
Yeah, at least we did see those 13 points coming in from the side of Exodus. But as we know, this is the push to the finish. We don't know for certain who it is just yet. You know, we are building up to that. But as we look onto your favorite page, we are going to be seeing the players there from Race Clan coming in with their performance. They're bringing in only rather, well, proper English, please, DK, 4 points for this match. Now, the question is, has that been enough for them to secure their position? Because also they were kind of sitting there defending their position coming in, starting off the previous match over in 10th place already. And now also Magicians, they were in dire need. We saw them sitting all the way down in that on those 50 points. Yeah, I don't think 4 is going to be all too enough just yet. But of course, we do know that Super Young Stars as well as I believe, Super Young Stars already secured up in their slot. We did have them really well situated on the leaderboard, and things looking a little bit tough, but a little bit further down as we go. But also Grind Gaming, not quite sure. We know they were also looking to push in.
Yeah, Grind Gaming's been slipping big time today. They were looking so comfortable during day 2, transition into day 3, but I am not super confident in their ticket to the top 10. So we'll see, of course, the overall rankings are going to be coming in just a few seconds' time. Hopefully we'll see how things are going to pan out. But man, I can tell you one thing for sure, DK. It's been an absolute adventure. It's been an absolute pleasure to cover all of these teams. And even if you do not make it, do not worry. There are more PMPL African region that will be coming in the future. But here we go, our overall rankings. And once again, huge congratulations to Team Umbra. Not only being first place, but being first place by a margin of 58 points on such a short amount of games and only 10 games played. That is an insane achievement that Team Umbra have been able to pull through. So congratulations to them, and also to Super Young Stars and Blackjack Esports, who are in second and third respectively.
Yeah, some really, really fantastic players coming in there. And of course, we also have the players from Next Level locking in that 4th place. Masters coming in 1 point behind them, up in 5th. Of course, Virtual Gaming doing enough to get into 6th place, locking it up with 88 points. Team Somalia making it up into 7th. They're on 85. And of course, Zero Tolerance Skills are going to be sitting also on 85 points. And then this is the most important page, and I understand now why you say you like the second page, because this is the reveal.
Oh no, man, it's down to 2 elimination difference between Raze Clan and Team Lag that makes the point difference, and there you have it. They even had 1 chicken dinner each. That's how close the tiebreaker went. It went over to the second factor to make sure they can decide who's going to make it up there. But Team Unique not falling out, but Team Lag unfortunately did. They were already played their last game early on Miramar, so all they could do is watch in pain as they get kicked out of the top 10 barely by a tiebreaker rule set, and Race Clan will remain strong. It feels bad, man. It hurts to see, though other teams that have not made it. Exodus was not enough, apparently, securing that second place. If they did get himself the chicken dinner, or just if they just got themselves, 2 more eliminations there, they could have actually overtaken Team Lag and Race Clan, because they needed to actually win the tiebreaker, and here they didn't have a chicken dinner, so not going to be working out for them. But man, this is a tough one. It feels really bad to see so many strong teams like Grind Gaming that I really wanted to see making it to the same stage. AKM that had a lot of community support, but it's esports for a reason. You got teams that make their dreams come true, and some teams, unfortunately, that fall short, and it's just not meant to be for this season, at least.
Yeah, it is. It is only for the season. That is the essential part of what you just said, right?
Yeah.
It's just this season, all right? As you've said before as well, this is only the first one, not the last one, the first one. So there's many more opportunities still to come. And teams now have a fantastic opportunity where they can look back at what they've learned in this qualifier and utilize that, looking to push that towards growth to come back even stronger in the next event. And I mean, I'm pretty excited looking at the potential that we've been seeing coming through from the Africa region. I mean, we've seen teams playing in the European side, playing Arabia, playing all over the place, and it's exciting to see the talent pool in Africa now starting to kind of develop and get bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, pretty soon we could see some really strong contenders coming through from this.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some big names that came in from last year's PMCO back into the region that's been performing extremely well. Some of those, of course, already qualifying directly into the PMPL for the African Region 2022 spring season. So good to see. We're going to see them come back, but especially, as you said, a lot of new names have been able to build themselves up and make a name for themselves, which is always good to see in regions that are just beginning. They're just small buds that are slowly going to be growing bigger and bigger, and the season, I mean, the whole esport ecosystem for the region is going to become even better in just a foreseeable future, so cannot wait to see how things are going to work out for them. But man, once again, I keep repeating myself every single time, but it's been an absolute adventure in this tournament. I absolutely love it. Thanks so much to everyone at home that's been checking out the tournament. I really, really appreciate you guys spending your time with us today and for the past 2 days also. But DK, I want to give you the floor for a quick second here to say any final thoughts you'd like to share with the stream before we do wrap up the stream.
I just want to give a big shout out to all 24 teams for participating. It's an absolute honor to be here casting these fantastic gameplays that they've brought to the battlefield, and it's exciting to see the teams making their way through onto the PMPL Africa. You know, it is just getting better and better as we progress further and further forward. So big ups to all the teams, even to those who did not manage to make it through. Still proud of every single one of you, and it is an absolute honor to be part of this region.
There you go. Thank you so much, DK. It's an absolute pleasure. Once again, the connoisseur of the African region for PUBG Mobile Esport is here to bring you the action. Maybe in PMPL Africa itself? Who knows? Maybe question mark. We'll see if that's going to be happening. Would be great, and it would be deserving. All I have to say is, once again, thank you very much to all the teams, the 24 teams who participated into that one. Thank you, DK, for casting with me. Always an absolute pleasure. James Banks, respect from a distance, man. Hopefully he's been checking out some of these games. Thank you to all the production team that's been putting this show together for all you guys at home, and they're also going to be working on the African PMPL itself. As always, it's great to cover these type of events and seeing some new teams happen to arise to the occasion and to also create a name for themselves. And yeah, DK, once again, thanks so much. Thank you to everyone at home that's been checking out this event. PMPL Africa 2022 Spring is just around the corner. You definitely do not want to miss it. So we'll be back in not too long for the very first season of PMPL Africa 2022.